to get a little,
boys.
the boys. Greg Stocker, thanks for bringing him in, Greg.
Yeah,
that
he's
was
great.
awesome. Love him.
Yeah, he can hang.
Right? Yeah.
I need comedians who can hang with us. If
Yeah.
he can hang with us, it's good.
He's just easy. He does have really big hands. It's the first thing you notice about him. I'm not being, naughty or anything. I'm just saying. So he was fun.
You've not noticed my hands, right?
What?
You've not noticed my hands, right? They're much tinier than they should be.
We're silly, aren't we? We're like this silly. You can tell it's Friday because we're all like playful and goofy with each other. It's awesome. It was
Is there
nice.
a gas leak in here?
Well, no, it was nice, and Greg was there too because it was nice that Paul said to us, and Greg, you can appreciate this, and Dan Borowski, a great executive producer, but he goes, "You guys have a great chemistry." And that is a blessing. I think that's a blessing because maybe some of you tell us that you're watching us on YouTube or you're listening with one earbud and your work is miserable. And so I have to say that we don't have that issue.
No.
And we get free coffee. And it's really good coffee. So those are the perks of the job.
And you can tell it's good chemistry because not only when it's positive, like today, but negative, like yesterday with that argument you guys had going back. Fantastic chemistry as well.
Yeah.
And like it ends really well. And you guys are fantastic together.
Yeah, so it's all good. So I don't know. So Dr. Art Kaplan, thank you, Dan Borowski, because I love him. We used to see each other all the time. This is back to my TV days. And I will say this, that Michael Smirkanish, you stole I actually had Art first. I had Dr. Kaplan first before you, my friend. So, but seriously, he's a bioethicist. He's very smart. He is really somebody who's not a thought leader. He's actually just a brilliant guy who wants to talk about ethics and biomedical ethics in particular. So isn't he somebody great to talk to as we think about COVID, recovering from that, how to restore some of our trust in our institutions, if there's any trust left, because we have trust issues. But then, and I think we're going to disagree on some things here,
Yeah, there might be a couple things,
but
you guys, yeah.
But that's okay because here's the thing. It's important that we are able to have an intelligent conversation, and we're going to disagree on some things, but I love to hear what he has to say about it.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that some things you might disagree on, but some things they are very agreeable on, and he was one of the leading efforts in getting people out of coronavirus and against lockdowns and such, and being an ethicist. Genuinely curious what he thinks about going forward. 5 years after COVID, what have we learned, and how can we not repeat the same mistakes? Also has a lot of thoughts on marijuana legalization that I would love for you to dig into, and I don't know though, Dawn. His a lot of commentary about the trans issue and about about RFK that you guys might not agree on. So maybe breach that.
Yeah, well, I mean, absolutely. Everything's on the table. Everything is here for discussion. Kathy and this should be fun because we have Dr. Art Kaplan and then we'll have Kathy Barnett. I miss Kathy.
It's been a while.
It's been a while. She's been very busy, and I know that her Saturday show has been preempted sometimes because of sports. So we all miss her.
Basketball, Dawn.
Yeah.
It is March Madness coming up, so it's near the end of the
Yes.
season. So we'll be here more often, but happy to have her back.
This is true. So we have, and this makes me sad when I report this, that we think about the way the story is written is that Hamas, which is officially a terrorist organization, and this terrorist group has now agreed with a mediator, and agreed to release an American hostage. There was a time in our nation when we had zero tolerance for an American being held hostage. So this is an American Israeli hostage, and he is Eden Alexander. I believe he's from Jersey, right? And his parents have spoken out. And so you've heard Trump repeatedly saying, no, we're done with this trickle out of hostages. We want everybody home. And that was particularly, and this is poignant, because Trump had met with some of those hostages who had been released. After he met with them and they told him what unthinkable things were happening and what was done to them, which we haven't even begun to hear all of the nasty, things. But and he said it was too horrible and unthinkable for him to even say. But he then said, no, we're done with this. And we also learned in that clip that we did play that I think last week, Dan, where we were told that there were still maybe 50, 60 hostages, but then he confirmed that the number may be as small as 29 or less.
I do have audio of Eden Alexander asking Trump to help free him if you want that.
Oh, yeah.
Dear President Trump, my name is Eden Alexander. I am an American Israeli citizen currently being held captive in the Gaza Strip. As an American, I've always believed in the power of the United States. Use your influence and the full power of the United States to negotiate for our freedom. Every day here feels like an eternity, and the pain from inside grows.
Is that a propaganda video there?
It was. So they know that was obviously under duress.
Yeah.
That they had released that.
Wow.
And you may remember, and he's 21. I think his mom had said, and I'm trying to, and forgive me but I think that he was actually 19, just turning 20, if I'm not mistaken. And so now he's 21. I can't even imagine his parents, what they've been going through, the family and the worry. But as of today, he's been held captive 525 days. And the fact that he will be released, they've said he is alive, although we don't know what shape he's in. And that was something we heard from Trump, that President Trump had said that he felt that some of these hostages you know how he speaks, they're in very bad shape. You know how he speaks. But when he says they're in very bad shape, that means it's a dire situation, right? I'm going to do my Trump-splaining here. And then remember, here again, Steve Witkoff, special envoy to the Middle East. So he's now back, and he had presented to Israel and Hamas the U.S. proposal for extending the ceasefire. Let's get back to this, bring home the hostages, and get to the ceasefire and get this done.
You want the audio of Trump talking about the bad shape?
Yes.
Here you go.
President, your envoy Steve Witkoff told us a little while ago that if Hamas does not release hostages, that the U.S. and Israel could take some action. What does that mean in your eyes? Is that military action? Would you join strikes with Israel?
What are you going to find out? I had the honor of spending a lot of time yesterday with quite a few of the people that we got out, and I can't believe how badly treated they were, really badly treated. Stories that you wouldn't even believe. Some of it was documented, some of it was so bad you couldn't really, I don't think you can put it on. And it's a shame, and they said one thing, they have 59 hostages, of which many of them are killed. They want to know if we could just continue. They said without us, look, Biden wasn't able to get anybody out. We came along and they started releasing. But we have 59 left, of which 24 are living. The rest are dead. And I put out a statement. It's sort of self-explanatory, I think. But somebody's going to have to get a lot rougher than they're getting.
And so once he made that statement, things changed when he said that. We're going to have to get rougher. Because ever since that statement, which was that late last week? And forgive me with all the news.
March 8th.
Okay. So ever since then, we've seen Hamas kind of, they're capitulating. And then we see that now they're back to the ceasefire. Now they're releasing more individuals. But Eden Alexander, I think about this because as a mom of, teenagers, and it's like their son graduates high school in Jersey. And like a lot of Jewish kids with the dual citizenship, he goes back and serves. And that's what a lot of individuals do. A lot of teenage kids do. And so his parents have spoken out about this. And he, like a lot of those hostages, they force them, obviously under duress, to make those hostage videos and say different things about Benjamin Netanyahu, Trump, whatever. But I'm thankful that he's coming home. And so, and by the way, that video, because we aired it at the time, Dan, I think that was back from last November. So we haven't, so his parents were able to see him, but that was from last November. And according to officials from the White House, and even you heard Trump say that, they've gone downhill. They've been down in some dark cave and they're starving and so on. So a lot of, their health reports are not great. And so this is now life-saving. They need to come home, stop, get it done. It's important. The reason I really want to lead with that is because in the news is this Mahmoud and Khalil, everybody's making the individual who's 29 or 30. I can't nail down because I'm seeing all different reports. And this is the individual who's been held in a Louisiana jail, arrested by ICE. And he's somebody who was involved in the Columbia, those protests that turned violent, held a janitor captive. He ended up, this Mahmoud Khalil, they're calling him, they're making him to be some martyr, some saint, and saying he's been taken prisoner. And this is somebody who's a good guy. And he's a guest in our country. He has a green card. They revoked his green card. And they said, dude, you are, and I'm, this is Dawn talking. Yo,
That's exactly
dude,
how they said it.
you come into our house as our guest in America. These green cards, this is something very special to possess. This is a blessing. And there are a whole lot of people who are good people who've never protested or been accused of spreading around propaganda of terrorists and propaganda against Jews or to the harm of Jews. Okay, there are a lot of people who are standing in line, and they've been standing in line for many years. They would love that green card and love the honor and the privilege of that, and they've been doing everything legally. And so the fact that this guy has that and he acts in this manner, I think, no, this guy is not a hero. He is not a journalist who has his First Amendment rights being violated. That's not what this is.
Ooh, I got a difference in opinion from you from the attorney of Mahmoud Khalil, who appeared on CNN, Dawn.
Okay.
She addressed exactly what we were talking about, whether it's a First Amendment issue, and at one point, we might get to later, she actually says that he was kidnapped. Take a listen.
He's being charged with having ideas and speaking out about them, ideas that the government disapproves of. And really, that's all there is to it. This is a targeted, retaliatory, and extreme attack on the right of free expression.
No.
So the government has been arguing that because he was protesting in support of Palestinians in Gaza and against Israel's bombardment of Gaza, that he aligns with Hamas and therefore can be deported. Did I get that right? And is that something that is truly a legal concept?
Well, it's a legal concept from this administration, but it has no basis in law, and it has no basis under a constitution that protects the right of free speech. The First Amendment protects everybody in the country. And this administration is telling the public a half-truth.
Okay. So what did she say in the beginning again? I want to get her wording correct, 'cause she's the attorney.
Yes, he's being charged with having ideas and speaking out about them, ideas that the government disapproves of, and really that's all there is to it. This is a targeted, retaliatory, and extreme attack on the right of free expression.
So having ideas. So let's take anybody who's accused of promoting. Here's the thing. Whether you're American born or whether you're here on a green card or you're visiting or on a special student visa, etc., if you have ideas and here's what he's accused of. So a couple things to parse. Number one, this is how great we are in America. That even when somebody comes here, any other country, anywhere, Canada, they love to put us down, or Mexico, or anybody in Europe, anywhere in the world, any other country would have already booted this guy out of the country. Okay, number one, we so cherish constitutional rights. We so cherish the fact that you have a right to defend yourself. And I don't know who this attorney, he has like 14 attorneys or something, all these, and he's not paying for them, obviously. They're all coming to his aid. To me, that's how amazing our country is, that we so cherish the rights and the Constitution that even somebody who comes into our country as basically a guest who's on a green card, that when they rile things up, that's what he's accused of. He's accused of being involved in protests that turned violent. He's also accused of spreading propaganda of a known terrorist group, right? And so remember, well, let's bring them. Okay, now I'm really going to light the fire. How about the Proud Boys? Didn't they call them at some point that some of these groups were accused of being terrorist groups? What happened to them? They were put in jail for years. They were put in jail just because they were accused of protesting. And they said many of them had proof. They never hurt anybody. They went to the Capitol. They were exercising their free speech, etc. So could you put those two groups together? I asked the question. I'm simply saying, look at how the media covers this guy as opposed to, let's say, a J6er who never hurt a cop, who never hurt anybody, who went there, who protested, and maybe even walked in later. Now, this gentleman, I'll say, who is jailed right now, he was arrested by ICE. They want to deport him, but he gets his due process right now. I guarantee you he will not be in jail like many of the J6ers who never committed or were charged or convicted of anything criminal, physical, nothing. I guarantee you this guy will not spend 3 years behind bars or 2 years or 1 year. Maybe he'll spend, maybe I don't even know if he'll go for 3 weeks.
So it's funny you say that and bring up the example of J6 because they actually used an example to try to defend this, not from J6, but saying that the ACLU once stood up for the rights of KKK. So, this should be done too. Take a listen.
I remember back in the day, because I am seasoned, as we call it in my community, when the ACLU actually stood up for the rights of the KKK to speak their piece in public and to take part in protests or marches. In this instance, is the First Amendment, the main crux of this, is this all about the First Amendment, according to the way you all see it?
Absolutely. This is all about the First Amendment, and it's all about due process. They kidnapped this man, this young student, father to be in any minute now, based on an accusation that he has the wrong political ideas, and he has expressed them. And this isn't just about him. This is a shot across the bow. This is a message to every university in the country. This is a message to every member of the faculty in any university, to all the students. It's an attempt to bully the universities into submission.
Wow, this is like upside down land crazy time. Okay, the KKK, which by the way, they were like Democrats. Let's just remember that. And they were against Lincoln. They supported slavery, and this was that they organized as a fraternal organization. Let's just remember this. In the South, after the Civil War, Democrats wore white like hoods and were racist, beyond racist. They were a terrorist organization. They were. So I don't even know where was Sarah Sidner.
Yeah, Sarah Sidner was the reporter there. The person talking was Donna Lieberman, the head attorney for Mahmoud Khalil.
So I don't, the thing about it is I know that the KKK still existed in the early 80s, but I don't think Sarah remembers them or reported on them back in the day when they were hanging people and burning black churches in the South and doing heinous things. So I'm not really sure what...
What's your angle, man?
Look, yeah, what is your angle? Okay, so if she's saying that pro-Hamas terrorist groups who are on college campuses bullying and breaking into the campus library, breaking in, refusing to leave, threatening and bullying Jewish kids and being anti-Semitic and spreading anti-Semitism and spreading the word of and the spirit of violence against Jews and Jewish kids, quite frankly. And if she's comparing these pro-Hamas groups to the KKK, then I guess I agree with her. Because, yeah, I would say that whether you go into and you burn the Church of African Americans, who, by the way, are, American-born individuals, right? Whether you're burning a black church and you're committing these heinous, racist, terrorist acts based in your racism and hatred of people because of their skin color, and you want to compare that to the fact that these individuals hate Jews and are threatening them on multiple levels, are spreading propaganda. That's the allegation here, and they have the tangible evidence and the posters and all of that. So if you want to compare the KKK with these pro-terrorist and anti-Jewish and what they're doing, and think about this. These are kids. These are kids in college, for crying out loud. Dan, sometimes I just think, oh my goodness, this is like beyond anything I've ever seen in my life. I don't even know.
How do we get this far down this?
Oh my goodness.
It's sad.
So she supports, and I don't know what her ethnicity is, okay, but it doesn't matter what your ethnicity. If you're an American and you support free speech, and you support, by the way, freedom, right? That these kids should be able to be in college, and if somebody perceives them as Jewish, or because because I'm Norwegian, but I have this dark black hair over my career, have I knocked on a door and somebody says, "You dirty Jew"? I have had that because they assumed because I was a dark-haired brunette girl or whatever. I mean, I have blonde, blue-eyed girlfriends who are Jewish, but they, whatever. I'm just saying whether kids are perceived as Jewish or whether they are Jewish, they have a right to feel safe. What about a safe space on campus? The fact that these individuals are supporting a terrorist group and somebody who's accused of, by all accounts, of promoting these terrorist groups, I just think this is a no-brainer.
It's shocking to me on campuses that had safe spaces for, quote, microaggressions can't have safe spaces for actual aggression.
Thank you.
It's a shocking world we're in. We got a break.
Milks, we do. We have great guests just ahead. Stay right. Thanks for being here. Happy Friday. We'll do some happier stuff too, right? It's just a crazy world we live in, so we'll try to make some sense of it, have a few laughs together, and think about bioethics and how it matters. Be right back.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
You'll hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your pork.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, That's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
From your kitchen table to our airwaves, the Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Dawn Stensland Live. Thank you. At Dawn Stensland on X. Thank you. I'm watching our YouTube chat on YouTube as well. So we have Dr. Mehmet Oz faces his Senate Finance Committee hearing. So answering questions. We haven't heard from him in a little bit. So we'll hear what Dr. Oz has to say. And speaking of which, another doctor that I go way back with, Dr. Art Kaplan. So we'll have a great conversation right around the corner. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back, and I'm going to respond to some of your comments on the YouTube chat.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts? At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. Today's cutting-edge appliances are technologically advanced with many features designed to make life easier. To ensure the appliances you choose accomplish that, it's important to compare and explore a variety of options at once. That's why at National Appliance Warehouse, we created an incredible showroom for customers to do just that. 6 times the size of an average chain store, our showroom is large enough to display the over 100 brands we sell. And I'm not the only guru. Our whole team of friendly professionals not only answer questions, but suggest questions to ask so that you end up with the perfect appliances for you.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 33% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
So appropriate. Doctor. This is Dr. Art Kaplan. We go way back. I knew him back when. We knew each other back in the day from your Philadelphia days. I'm so thrilled that you're here with me this morning, Dr. Art Kaplan, even though you've left us basically to be a biggity big, heading the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU at the Grossman School there. But Dr. Art Kaplan, thanks for being here.
Well, Dawn, I haven't really left you. I got tons of family in Delran and Cherry Hill, and my son lives in Philly, so I'm down there. I know what's going on in Philly. And by the way, we do go so far back. I guess you were about 11 at that time.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. Yeah. So let's get to it as we think about bioethics. And I love this conversation because there's so much that we can talk about. Obviously, we know your history with COVID, and we really have to restore our trust in our institutions. But nowadays we have and by the way, as we're speaking, Dr. Oz preparing to go before a finance committee. As we have Dr. Oz, we have Maha, we have legal weed that we could talk about. Blueberry farms in New Jersey. I'm getting questions from people. They're DMing me and texting me. Ask him about the Chinese controlling the blueberries. Why do they? So you have an array of things that we can talk about here, from blueberries to making the legalization of weed to COVID. So let's begin with COVID.
And by the way, for people with long memories, just about to the day, do you remember the name Terri Schiavo and the controversy?
Oh my gosh.
This is the 20th anniversary this month when she died, or was allowed to die, I should say. But that case, for those who don't remember, a big battle about the right to withdraw food and water feeding tubes from a permanently unconscious person, it still reverberates down to this day. There's still families who encounter those challenges, and both in Jersey and Pennsylvania, and if you will, the Schiavo case was really the trigger that set off a lot of discussion, right up to including, as New Jersey has now, assisted aid in dying by the doctor. So that's a whole other area.
Yeah, and that was 1990. Just to refresh, 26-year-old Terri Schiavo. She was in a vegetative state after suffering cardiac arrest. Her parents just wanted to be the caregivers. They felt that she, they're parents, and so they're being parents. And but it was her husband, right, who had your spouse has that legal right, and there was just a heartbreaking battle.
Yeah, it was a clash between Michael Schiavo, the husband, Bobby Schindler, her brother, and the parents. Oh, by the way, Pennsylvania folks on that side of the family. And she had a heart attack and wound up in a permanent coma. The brother and the parents said, we want her to get every treatment possible. Don't let her die. The husband had said she wouldn't want to be this way. She can't feel, sense, think. She's just got a heartbeat and breathing, but nothing more. And I know her best. You have to honor her wishes as I understand them, and let her die. It took from 1990 to 2005 court fights, 14 in Florida. There were 5 federal courts. It went to the U.S. Congress, Bill Frist, even the guy who just got turned down, David Weldon, as the CDC director, tried to fight for the parents and passed a special law that you couldn't stop treatment for Terri Schiavo. Ultimately, the Supreme Court at that time said you could, and the husband, if you will, got custody, got the right to pull tubes, and that's why she died this month 20 years ago.
It was heartbreaking. It's, quite frankly, it's why you have to meet with your advisor and have the conversation. And I'll just full disclosure, this is probably too much information, Dr. Art Kaplan, but my husband and I, when we had that conversation, my husband, Larry Menti, and I said, hey, if something happens...
By the way, I know him because he's big timing it up here with me in New York.
Yes.
But yeah, go ahead.
And so, but we all knew each other from, way back when. But Larry says, don't you ever pull the plug on me.
Yeah.
That's what, and I was like, look, I'm good. I'm good with God. Don't let anybody photograph me like that, first of all, because you know me. But I was like, pull the plug. I'm good. I'm going to a better place. My faith is good, and I know. But my husband is that person who said, don't you ever pull the plug on me.
So
it's important.
Just for help to listeners, first and foremost, decide who you want to speak for you. If Larry wants you, great. If Larry said, well, I'm not sure I want you, I want X because I think they'll be able to carry out my wishes and keep me going or whatever, you must have a family discussion. And don't just pick them privately in the backyard. Let everybody in the family know. In my business, the biggest fights that I have to mediate and that break out are among family members who say, I'm in charge. No, you're in charge. No, it's sister. No, it's brother. It's whatever. Pick the person and let everybody else know this is the person who's going to make decisions if I can't, if I'm unable to do so. If you're able to do so, then you say what you want. But if you get in that situation like Terri Schiavo, where you can't speak and you're not communicating, who is it that the doctor should turn to? You have to make that clear among family and friends. By the way, if you're just living with somebody, they don't have any legal status. If you're gay in a lot of states and you have a partner, they don't. So you've got to write it down and say, I want X, because you wouldn't be able to defend that, if you will, if it got challenged. The other thing I'm going to say, you can fill out what's called a living will or an advance directive, and that's fine, and put what you just said, Dawn, I'm ready. But you have to say, if I can't benefit anymore, or if I can't speak or communicate or sense, in other words, give them some guidance. Don't just say, well, when the time comes, let me go. That's too vague. Too vague.
Yes. You have to give those details.
Yeah, a little bit more.
So as we look at, and I know that you've talked a lot recently about legalized weed. It's something that our governor, Josh Shapiro, here in Pennsylvania, has said that our neighbors do this. And so as far as recreational marijuana, it's something that everybody's doing. Why not take advantage of that, tax it, and spend the money well? And so what do you make of all of this with marijuana? I know that you, as a bioethicist in the medical field, but you've studied the history in our nation of this issue.
Yeah, well, marijuana certainly did get a bad rap. It was seen as equivalent to heroin, as equivalent to morphine, as equivalent to addictive drugs. It was a Schedule I federal drug, and it still is. And that, I think, is wrong. It doesn't belong in the same category as these other highly addictive, abused drugs. So decriminalizing that, I think the federal government should be doing that. Trump actually said at one point he was going to do this. I haven't heard any more about it. He didn't do it in his first administration, but I think that's overdue. In terms of states and regulating it locally, yeah, it's fine. Let's take out the, jail terms, and I think taxing marijuana makes some sense, and even growing it under, control conditions. There's a lot of marijuana out there that gets spiked with everything from, who knows what to fentanyl.
Yeah.
Dangerous. So having controlled product is very important. But there are three things to say about this, Don. One, when you shift in states to legalize, and some states have, you're making a much more potent marijuana because you're not having dealers out there cutting it and, if you will, knocking down the ability to get you high. You have to be careful with the stuff that comes out of the regulated, growing area. When the state is growing it, they're making it pure, they're making it better. So that's a problem. Secondly, you got to come up with laws. What does it mean to be impaired while driving under marijuana? You know what? No state has answered that. That's not good. You don't want people driving buses high or operating, SEPTA or who knows. So we need some regulation and law that says here's where you shouldn't be doing it. I guess I'm talking about the old don't operate heavy machinery under the influence kind of thing. We need that here. The last thing is we don't really understand what's influence is on kids. How much can you use? If you don't think kids are using in states where it's become legal, you're naive.
Yeah.
So you got 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds. Yep. They're smoking 6 times a day, big blunts of pure marijuana. Well, that's a problem, and that has to be looked into too. So it's not just it's either legal or it isn't. My point of view is you got some, if you will, you got public policy that you got to put into place to regulate and shape it. We do it in alcohol, right? You're liable if you're a drunk driver for harm. The bartender who serves you, if he thinks or she thinks you're drunk, could get liability. So it's that kind of thing that has to come into the marijuana area.
And then the way that it's done. So if you're smoking anything, not great for you. I think that we hear about these marijuana, like the cart, it's basically vaping it, and the health impact then in your lungs. I mean, there's a lot that we can take apart here, but a lot of it is just, there's not a lot of education or awareness on is there, I guess I ask you this, is there a healthier way to, wasn't it Rosie back in the day when she was funny and she would say things like, my mom says, are you doing the pot? So is there a healthier way to do the pot?
Well, I think as with all things, you got to do it in moderation. If you're Bob Marley and you're smoking 10 blunts a day that are 2 feet long, I think you got a problem even addiction-wise, even in terms of potentially losing some mental acuity. Now, most of the users are not doing that. They're using it like they would the glass of wine at the end of the day sort of thing. But we shouldn't give up studies. We should still do research on this because, again, it's one thing to say, well, it's out there and it's available, but we don't know what it does to a person who smokes it who has asthma. We don't know what it does to a person who smokes it who might have other diseases like heart disease, congestive heart failure. People use it, partly medicinally. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm just saying we don't know the side effects because we've never really studied the drug. Why haven't we studied the drug? Because if it's a Schedule I drug, researchers couldn't get their hands on it to study it. How ironic is that?
Yeah.
So we jumped, if you will, from it's completely prohibited, it's banned, nobody can use it, it's just like heroin, and no, you can't study its impact, to, okay, it's recreationally available,
yes,
and anybody can do what they want. That's a pretty big jump.
And so as far as COVID, Maha, I know that Dr. Mehmet Oz facing the Senate hearing today over his nomination to lead Medicare, huge agency.
I mean, I'm just going to jump in, by the way, on Oz. I haven't been a huge fan. I know him slightly. He's a very legit doctor and a good surgeon. He works up here at Columbia University in the surgery department, and I know his colleagues, and they like him, and they think he's he knows his medicine. At the same time, when he had the TV show all those years, he did tout a lot of junk. I mean, just ridiculous stuff. By the way, blueberries. He was always touting blueberries as a cure for everything. Chinese controlled or not, I don't know. But he was in love with them, and that was just silly. And he had products that he had an interest in that he was pushing on the show, and he didn't tell you. So there were always conflict of interest things there with different herbs and stuff that he was promoting. So I often was critical of him. I think he's going to go in. He's not going to fail to be appointed, but I hope that they demand that he divest himself of all of his holdings and ownership in healthcare products, healthcare companies. By the way, you remember he pushed Medicare Advantage? He had links to those companies. You can't do that and do the job that they want him to do. You got to dump all those connections. That's what I'm watching for.
Yeah, and I always say that we talk about transparency, so I just want transparency now and forever in government. Could we all just agree on that and then put it in there,
I think
right?
I agree with you. That's kind of the minimum, and then, when you get transparency, then you can make decisions. I'm going to go to this doctor, I'm going to take this pill, or I'm not. But it's kind of left these days a little bit in a fog about who's connected to what, and it shouldn't be that way.
So when we talk about COVID restoring faith in our institutions, so when you talk about that, when we have the discussion, what do we need to do? My dad, who's pushing 90, he always talks about C. Everett Koop. He says back in the day when the Surgeon General spoke, people trusted him. My dad talks about that. But at the same time, my dad, who had COVID and is healthy as a horse, but he did not get he refused to get vaccinated with the COVID shot. So here's somebody who has trusted the government his whole life, talks about C. Everett Koop back in the day, but did not. But,
I remember and I knew, and it was quite a figure,
But did not trust enough to get an emergency approved vaccine. So where do we go from here?
So I think we have a couple of steps to take. I'll just tell you some simple ones. First, my doctor friends and science friends need to do a better job training people to communicate about science to the public. CDC, other government agencies, NIH, did not do a good job during COVID, and many people went to, let's just say, alternative sources of information, often which were full of nonsense, a lot of disinformation, bad communication. C. Everett Koop was a master at communication. He was wonderful. But as much as I liked some of the doctors who tried to be online or in the mainstream media, they weren't particularly effective. That has to be fixed. You need good communicators. Secondly, you need trusted communicators. I would say let's train the next generation of young people to talk about, let's say, COVID or pandemics or vaccines. My suggestion, Don, get those people to visit the high school, the 4-H club, the church, the talk radio station locally. Let's get them out there. You don't just show up on CNN, because the disinformation and the misinformation, well, that was getting spread at the local level. So you have to go into your community and come out of the ivory tower. Last thing, be transparent about why you believe that something is true. C. Everett Koop used to say it, and you took it on his authority because he was an impressive person. Doesn't work that way today. Not only should you say vaccines are safe, you should say, here's the 5 studies that prove it, go look them up, or here's why vaccines don't cause autism. By the way, studied about 150 times. I mean, saying we're going to study it again, as the new NIH director has suggested, is silly and a waste of time. But where are the resources that prove it, and put them into English? Let people see what the evidence is.
Yeah, I have a niece and nephew who are autistic, and we do a lot with different organizations. And I'll just say, New Jersey has one of the highest rates. Why is that? I know a lot of people study it. So I'm for the studies that can, if there's something environmentally, because with Jersey, you do think of pollution. You wonder if there are environmental factors.
I agree. That's it's really a suggestive thing, and I don't think the industry that's polluting is trying to encourage those studies, he said cynically.
Yeah.
So I think we need to look in that direction. But I'll tell you what's happening. You know what we're starting to be able to do? Predict autism in a baby before the baby gets shots. And we start to see that you can see that this child has a high risk of autism, and they haven't even been vaccinated with anything.
Yes.
That tells you that something else is going on.
Yeah, it's well said. And also that I think I'm pro studies by the sense of when Cara Mia, my beautiful little niece, was born, they told Jeannie and Mike, Jeannie said, will our daughter be able to say, I love you? And I'll get choked up in a minute, but they said, no, we're sorry that she'll not. Well, they've worked with her. She's amazing. She loves Taylor Swift concerts. She knows all the words. And our whole thing in the family is love you, Kara, love you, because that's what they were told couldn't happen. So maybe some of the studies, if they do them on the kids, it'll bring forth awareness. You know what I mean?
One political note. In addition to seeing, and I've seen what you've seen, some parents working around the clock with good help, really get these kids to, that are at the tough end of the autism spectrum to do better. And we know that can happen, but not every kid gets that.
Yeah.
So I'll be political here and just say we do need studies, but we got to watch to make sure the administration and Congress do not make cuts for the disabled. I'm worried that as they're slashing around and chainsawing, they could hurt the budget that the disability people depend upon, both Medicare and Medicaid. We got to fight for that. And patient groups and patient advocates got to really be ready to speak up there.
And it's federal law under the American for Disabilities Act. So
yeah.
So there would be
if I believe that they're going to follow the law all day long, I wouldn't worry as much. But
well, on that note, when we talk about kids, we have in the news, and it's incendiary to talk about the issue of trans. So when we think about President Trump, the day he came into office, and he said we will have two sexes, male and female. And this was essentially, I think, to deal with mostly the issue of girls in sports. And so there are many things to parse here, Dr. Kaplan, but your take on all of this, because there are moms listening right now whose daughters, right?
Now you got my attention because this is irritating. I'm going to say two things here, one you asked and one you didn't. On the sexes and the gender. You can declare as much as you want that there are only two sexes and that is the end of it. That's just wrong. Science knows that's not true. It's not true in the animal kingdom. It's not true with us. There are people born with extra genes, extra chromosomes that don't fit neatly into the male or female basket. There are also hormones that matter. So a baby that's born, depending on what the mom has been exposed to, they can be a biological, quote-unquote, female, but may wind up male because of what they get exposed to in utero. So there is a gray zone. It's not a big gray zone, but we can have fights about transgender people in bathrooms or who's going to compete in sports, and I'm happy to get into that. But don't make up an untruth and say there's only pink and blue. That's not true. It's just biologically not true. You can even see the same so to speak, vague sex issues in mice and ducks and raccoons and it's in us. So let's keep the biology straight. There are two baskets and a tweener set, and we can argue again, what do you want to do about that? And gender, that's not biology. That's how you present yourself to the world, Don. So you wear a dress, you have long hair, you have certain occupations, you behave in certain ways. That's fluid. You can go either way. Again, I'm not saying you should, or I have no reason to sort of argue about what's the best way to present yourself to the world. Should you wear a beard? You don't. But gender is a lot more fluid. That's what people who do drag shows and all the rest of it are playing with, is presentation. It's not biology.
And so, Dr. Kaplan, when we talk about adults, that's one thing. But with girls, especially girls in sports, that's where it gets sticky, because we've had girls injured or girls in the locker room, and there's a person with a penis naked in front of them, and they're at a tender age. So,
well, look, very simply on the sports issue. The big thing about sports is fair competition. If you were a man and then transitioned or for whatever reason want to play in women's sports, no. It is clear that in many sports you have an unfair advantage. It's like saying I weigh 200 pounds and I'm going to wrestle someone who's 100 pounds. We know what that means. It's not fair. So we have weight classes. We should also have whatever prohibitions and rules are necessary to make the competition fair. Do I care if a transgender person plays in a chess tournament against women? Not much. I don't think you get an advantage there. But do I care if they're going to be playing, basketball, soccer, wrestling, boxing? Yeah, I don't think it's fair. So I don't know why we can't be, sort of commonsensical here. Any advantage that's unfair, including, by the way, taking steroids, which we also seem to be discouraging, prohibit it, ban it. Get the classes of sports competition so that you have fair competition. Once in a while, sex doesn't matter. It just doesn't. To the if you're playing checkers, I don't know that the checkers champion, it matters.
Dr. Art Kaplan, we have to end it there. Hope you come back. Hope we continue the conversation. Have a great Friday, Dr. Art Kaplan. See how easy that was? We'll get your thoughts.
Some comments on YouTube, though. There was one moment where, when it came to the transit, she goes, Dawn thinking deeply, maybe reaching for a relay baton.
That's a sin.
Yeah.
We'll get.
Can we hear about some windows and doors, Dawn?
Yes. We want to talk about Chapman. Are we talking about Chapman windows,
we are.
doors, and siding? And I've talked about them for years, as you well know. Have to have them back soon for sure. But you've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding for many years now here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Maybe you're thinking about redoing your siding. Right now, this is the perfect time to get this done, especially if you notice some wear and tear, maybe a little mold, some buckling, some peeling. That indicates your home, it's being exposed to the elements. A lot of people don't realize siding is not just for the curb appeal or for the beautiful house you drive up to, but it also acts as a protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. So whether you want the fiber cement siding or the vinyl siding, Chapman, well, they're going to carry only the best brands. I'm talking about James Hardie and Certainteed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding always goes the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options that best is going to fit your home. You're going to love it. And they do every project to full completion with such care and such professionalism. Experience the Chapman difference as I have. Just call them. You can text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance. And you better watch out, because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Can't stop, won't stop. Where the brakes at? I give him that ditty bop. Like, take that, take that, take that, take that. I'ma put in work. I'ma do that ASAP. Throw my faith in rap. But it say, don't say that, huh? What I'ma turn down for? I feel like Shaq.
Okay, we did not do this on purpose to have Dr. Art Kaplan right before my friend Kathy Barnett saying that there are more than 2, like in Frogs and Jamie Lee Curtis, as one of you said on the YouTube chat. But we did not purposely want to trigger you, Kathy, but it might be fun. So, Kathy, I've missed you, Kathy Barnett. We've missed Kathy Barnett. We've missed you. How are you?
Yes, I have missed you guys as well. I am happy to report that I will be back on air tomorrow. Woo. So make sure you guys put it on your phone, set your alarm, 10 a.m. I will be back on, and it's going to be a doozy. I have my good friend out of Israel who just wrote a book as well as produced a documentary. We're going to be doing a premiere of that movie here. I'll talk to y'all a little bit later about that. But we're going to be talking tomorrow in a 2-part series on who's afraid of the big bad Jew and why it matters to each and every one of us.
Well, it's timely because we're just learning this morning or confirming that, in fact, Hamas, the terrorist group, has agreed to release one living American. He actually grew up in Jersey, was 19 at the time, but this is Idan Alexander. And so he was a 19-year-old Jersey kid and has the dual citizenship, Jewish kid, goes over to Israel and has been a hostage for more than 500 days. Right. So it's kind of appropriate, I think, as we put that one in perspective, that we still have all these hostages. It's curious to me, not really sarcastically said, that at the same time that even Politico, all these left-leaning or left-way-leaning organizations are defending Mahmoud Khalil, who is now being held in a jail, and they want to deport him from the country, and they've stripped him of his green card after what happened, the violence on Columbia's campus and so on in New York. Nobody mentions how many hostages we still have, are still in captivity in a cave somewhere 500 plus days later. Nobody mentions the Jewish American among those hostages. Nobody, isn't it curious, Kathy? Nobody mentions it.
Yeah. Curious in the non-curious way, right? We're being sarcastic. We understand the role in which we're living in, the world in which we're living in right now, is that nothing really makes sense. There's, common sense isn't common any longer. And what we've learned over, the past several months is that it is all by design. None of this is happening by coincidence. When we just found out about a month ago, because of Doge's effort, that Politico is truly a government-backed organization, Politico, that is writing all of these hit pieces about the culture, about conservatives, about Trump, and just weaponizing itself. The FBI, we just found out, was paying $500,000 a year for annual subscription. So we recognize that a lot of these things that we have been looking at, it doesn't make any sense, that it has been intentional, and it's been intentional to cause great confusion and chaos in our country. And I'm grateful for the Trump administration for, this is not popular, the things that they are doing. It is, causing a lot of angst, not just among the left-leaning world, but even among some of us on our side of the aisle as well. But the reality is, if we want to take our country back, Trump literally has about 2 years to do it. And I wish please and thank you was a policy that we could employ and everyone would just do the right thing, but it's not. And so therefore, you're going to have to be a little tough, and that's what we're doing.
You know who is up for a confirmation hearing today, answering questions before a finance committee? Dr. Mehmet Oz. So isn't it funny how it seems in some ways when I think about you, Kathy Barnett, on the campaign trail here in Pennsylvania, in some ways it feels like it was like 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago that my beautiful friend Kathy Barnett, who I voted for. I'm going to be honest. I voted for you. I rooted for you. You were. I love you. You know that. And at the time, as we were, reporting on that race back in the day, and you came out of nowhere because you were working your rear end off. You were going door to door across Pennsylvania, and I guess nobody saw you coming. And I just want to put that, and I know that you have a lot of love, and you know that in this space, but, just looking at what happened then, zooming forward to now, how gracious you are with everybody involved. And by the way, behind the scenes, they're all gracious and say things about you. But come on, Kathy, I just wonder if you look at this, the irony or the time that's gone by, and now Dr. Oz, there he is being confirmed.
Yeah, this is not an easy time for any of us, and certainly it wasn't for me when I saw everything that we had worked for being dismantled by those on our side of the aisle because they just didn't want me, right? Whatever that reason may be, they just wanted no part of me. And you walk out of that and you say, now, what was all of this about? Because I sacrificed a lot. Many people sacrificed a lot in order for me to get, to do as well as I did. But here's the reality, is that we will each come to a fork in the road, and then the next step we take, whether we're going down the left side of that fork or the right side, it is going to define who we are and every day thereafter. And there are consequences, right? And I have chosen that I can only do the best that I know to do. If I don't know to do it, I can't do it. And I did the very best I did. I maintained my integrity through it all. I never intentionally told a lie. I never, badmouth someone just for the sake of destroying them and their character. And that is and that is what I decided to do. And I've decided to not be bitter. I've decided to keep my eyes on the Lord. I've decided to keep my eyes on the purpose that I believe I am here for. And every day I am taking steps and stands in that direction. My children are watching me. Life is not fair. Life is hard.
Yes.
And sometimes people want to go get an anxiety puppy or take to drinking or drugs. I'm not doing any of that, right? I believe I have a purpose. I believe we each have a purpose. And it is our job to do the very best we can to figure out why we're here. Our journey is going to come to an end. There is no one living from the 1700s, right? So it is on my watch to figure out why I'm here, what I'm supposed to be doing, and bitterness clouds all of that. Our people have to do a better job in voting for better leadership, but I can't control that either. I can just put forward a good option and then allow the chips to fall where they may.
And as far as Senator John Fetterman, who went on, to win the Senate seat, when you see Fetterman in the headlines, and for example, he said that he would vote for, the latest news today is Schumer is, basically powerless. He's folding. They'll put through and avert a government shutdown, etc. But when you see John Fetterman, what is your feeling about him as a Pennsylvania senator? And do you think in your brain, I could have beat him?
I absolutely believe we would have been able to beat him. Look at what we did. I took less than $2 million and against two of the most well-funded Republican candidates, Dr. Oz being one of them, combined, they spent $60 million. I took less than $2 million and I was in a statistical tie for first place. And so I earnestly believe one of the things that I said to people that you won't have anyone who will fight harder for you every day. Now, fast forward, now we have John Fetterman. It is what it is, right? And he is still a very despicable person. He was a despicable person before he had the stroke, and now he's a despicable person after the stroke, who had a stroke. And what we find with his voting is that he votes what may appear to be in our favor when it doesn't cost him anything. But when the rubber meets the road and his vote will be a deciding vote to pivot away from left-leaning communist activities, he always foes and does what is natural for him to do, which is to lean left and to vote left. This vote doesn't cost him anything. So because Schumer is going to do it, others are going to do it. So it's easy for him to do that. Now, again, like I said earlier, people, the voters in the Republican Party, we're so thirsty to be liked by people that we tend not to really cherish our values and those who are actually fighting for our values. We're going to have to do better as a group of people, and that's what I'm focused on as I travel across the state and the nation. I was just over in Pittsburgh last week having this same kind of conversation of what we need to do in the Republican Party to make sure we don't waste these next 2 years.
Yeah, and you make me think of the Pitt story with the spring breaker and this beautiful 20-year-old, I'll say girl, but she's a young lady on spring break, and her heartbroken parents there. She's still missing. There's a suspect, a person of interest. I mean, you and I talk about as parents thinking about your kids, high school age, college age, that go somewhere on spring break. By all accounts, Kathy, with the latest story, and I know they have this Iowa kid who they've questioned, and they're saying everything from she could have been kidnapped to human trafficked to the fact that she may have been swept away by a wave after they were all encouraged to leave the hotel, power outage in the middle of the night, Just your thoughts on that from the parental perspective.
Yeah, I mean, as a mom like you and I, we talk about our babies often. I'm so grateful, right? My greatest joy in life is not that I ran for office or any other many things that are on my resume. It is the fact that I am married to a wonderful man, and we have come together to create an environment in which we can raise up the best children we possibly can. And we love our children. And so this is just a parent's worst nightmare. I cannot even imagine. And this is a part of my talk when I went over on the side of Pittsburgh, is that, I mean, again, life is tough. Life is hard. It's not always fair. Ugly things happen to good people even. And so what can we do? And that is looking, when it comes to our children, is to make sure we do not send our children into the world as blank checks. Because make sure when your child leaves your home and leaves from under your roof and under your authority, that they know that why they're here, that they understand they were made with a purpose, to make sure that they know why they're here, what they're supposed to be doing. Because if you send your child out into the world like a blank check, I can assure you there are innumerable people, Khalif being one of them, who will stand and write out their agenda on your child. I think that's the best thing we can do as parents, is to make sure that before our children leave our nest, that they understand they were made with a purpose. There are no mistakes in how they were designed, and that it's their journey to figure out why they're here. And that reason is not outside of them. It is within them. And I think that's the best thing we can do for our children before we let them leave our homes.
So now that some time has passed, I got to go back because I always get this. Ask Kathy if she's going to run for anything again. Ask Kathy. We love her. We want. Are you still? Because you keep saying no, no, no. I'm never going to run again. Never say never.
They want you.
Yeah,
Kathy.
They do. They want you.
The chat is going crazy over Kathy right now.
I know. Let me tell you, right? I mean, when it first happened, right after that race, it was crazy. I wanted no part of politics or the people. And then, lo and behold, I meet Vivek, and now I'm running around the nation with him. And time has, it's kind of like, Dawn, if you remember when you have that first child, you're like, I'm never doing this again. And then once you have the child, you forget about all the pain you went through, and then before you know it, you got 3 and 4 kids. It's the same way with politics. I mean, I find this is still my interest. I love our people. I truly believe we deserve better leadership. But the manner in which I ran in 2022, I can't do that again, because now I realize that although no one did grassroots the way we did it, and it was very successful, what we saw was that in the last 5 days, those on your own side of the aisle who are, top down, very big wallets, that they will come in and just wreck everything you've done within a matter of days. And so if I am to do this again, we would need people with much greater influence to come alongside what it is that we're doing. So I am now backing away from never to I am open. I am open.
Oh. Woo.
But it would have to be, kind of like, everything kind of aligning. But I am very open because I love our people and I love our nation. I think we have some of the best people within the Republican Party. And so I moved away from never to I'm open.
Okay. Wow, look at the reaction. They're saying, we want you in office, Kathy. That's from
Did you see Tony's
Nagel.
message?
Tony.
I will kick down doors for Kathy.
Woo!
Oh, you guys.
Love
oh,
you,
my
Tony.
God. Don't make me cry.
You should
Y'all
see.
know I'm like a weeping prophet. I will cry. Because I'm telling you, we have the best people.
Yes.
And as I traveled the nation with Vivek, what I realized very, very early on is that we're not as divided there is not as much vitriol as you see in these isolated clips on YouTube or X or what the media will try to show us. Most people get it. You just have to have a heart to walk in and have a conversation. People want better, whether they have a R next to their name or not right now. Most people want better. And we're still, even within the Republican Party, you know, we are known for kneecapping ourselves, and we make unforced errors all the time. It's unnecessary. But I believe we have a window of opportunity in this country to take our nation back. I was not quiet about my values. I will never be quiet about my values, but I believe now is the time to get loud, put a smile on your face, and go out there and take our country back.
Well, we love it, and we're glad you're back. Kathy Barnett, back tomorrow morning, so we all have you have the calendar marked, right?
That song is so appropriate for Kathy. You can't stop her. You can't stop her.
Nor do we want to. Our friend Kathy Barnett, you got to check out the YouTube chat. You're getting a lot of love online. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, Dawn. Love you guys.
Love you back. Yeah, I love her. I want her to run. Did you see what we did there? This is the first time I think she's like admitted, okay, like she's becoming more open. It took time. It's kind of heartbreaking, but it took time, but
The analogy of childbirth was that.
Yeah, right? Yee.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Get some of your thoughts, 855-839-1210. We do have a lot of breaking news, so I'll try to do a kind of a speed news, if you will, to just quickly update you and get some of your thoughts. Thanks for being here. It's Friday.
With tariffs and a potential trade war sending ripples through the stock market, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to take a look at crash-proof retirement. A lot of people are worried about the tariffs, but I know I'm not going to lose anything when the market comes down. My investments are going to be protected in the crash-proof system. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor by 2 to 1. That's interest credited that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash Proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Montgomery County Police warn drivers with keyless entry that your key's radio signal can be copied to steal your car. Some local workers may get their jobs back thanks to a judge who said the Trump administration fired them illegally. And Philly has its own theme song for the 26th World Cup made by DJ Jazzy Jeff with a salute to Gamble and Huff.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's time to get focused
focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every Joan. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
So now the chat, the conversation turns to, okay, where and when would Kathy run? So if you think about Montgomery County, then would you think about Madeleine Dean?
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
House of Representatives.
Yeah, and one of the most vocal, ardent haters of Trump, too. So.
Oh, yeah, she was, right up there. I remember family in Montgomery County calling me and saying, do you see who's right up there front and center as they were trying to, impeach Trump and all that? It was Madeleine Dean.
Yep. As Dom Giordano calls her, the Dean of Decency.
And then somebody saying, well, I don't like that she said Fetterman is despicable, but is it the Despicable Me movie? Does Fetterman, did she have that? In
Gru?
Her, is it Gru?
Like Michael Scott's character?
Is there somebody in Despicable Me that resembles Fetterman that was in her brain? Like, I don't know the answer.
Are you suggesting that Gru resembles?
No, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying because that's a specific word.
I can see it. I can see it, though.
So I'm just saying. So we can go with that. Get your thoughts. But yeah, I mean, as far as it's every 2 years. So Madeleine Dean, for example, just taking that as a hypothetical. So she just won last November re-election, but that's why they're always campaigning, because House of Representatives, you're not like a senator where you have longer term. We have 6 years. House of Representatives.
You think it would be better to give longer terms to these? Like these
No,
it seems like they're always campaigning inside the Capitol. Like it's because they're always up for election.
But I think the idea, nobody ever imagined back in the day. They should have put a provision in there that you can't make like more than the average. I wish they really would have done this, because I think that the House of Representatives, that's supposed to be everyday people. So I think what they envisioned was that you would have everybody from every walk of life, teachers and carpenters and electricians
and bartenders,
bartenders and bus drivers. But seriously, that they would just do it for 2 years. I think that they actually viewed it as a sort of a pain in the neck, that you would give up your regular day job, that you would go and you would do this, but that you were really considered serving your country in a different way as public service. I don't think they envisioned that everybody would be a lawyer, that everybody would make more money than the average American, right? That you would make a minimum of, what is it now? And if you have a position, so it's around 174 G's, but that doesn't even begin to tell the story of the perks and the expenses,
the insider
and the
trading.
staff, that your spouse can have, and then you distance yourself. Well, my spouse, they can invest, they can do what they want.
Yep.
So nobody envisioned that it would be a career, and so I think that's a House of Representatives. You go for 2 years, you do your little duty, and then you leave, because it was viewed as kind of a like I say, kind of it's a pain in the neck, but let's all do this.
Is Don Stenzel in favor of term limits?
Of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Me too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Term limits. Is anybody against term limits? Because I think when it's polled, people support it. And so I think, look at Nancy Pelosi, for example, or Chuck Schumer. Look at all these. And we could take Republicans, too. Mitch McConnell.
Mitch McConnell, yeah.
Number one, turtle.
And freezing at times.
And,
scarily, yeah.
So none of these people, I think, even if they were at one point in their lives, they were in touch. But if you're in there that long and you're living in that bubble, you're not really in touch with real people.
Al Green.
Mm-hmm.
Did you say him? Sorry.
Alexander. Not the Al Green whose music we love. Alexander Green, who was disruptive.
Do you like Al Green's music, or are you just saying that? Because,
No, I love the singer Al Green.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%.
How about some... You know what I do,
this
too?
This is like a Friday mood.
I stand in front of Congress
I'm so in
with my
love.
cane. Oh, that's the other one.
No.
I'm so
in love with you.
Yeah, sing it, Dawn. Sing along
Who are you
Fridays
in
with
love
Dawn
with?
Stenzel.
No, this is like in when you're in your vehicle, and you're getting in there.
Oh yeah, wait.
Right?
I didn't hear the first. I think the music was too loud. What was the first part of that before you said getting in
I'm
there?
not doing it. But this is when you're in your vehicle and you're the best singer ever.
Oh, in your vehicle when you get in
vehicle.
Okay, got you. All right, I didn't hear. Okay.
Love this music. It's my music. All right, we got to take a quick break. I'm sorry, so many breaks. We got to get through these and pay some bills. So let me get your thoughts. 855-839-1210. The extensive selection. Mercedes-Benz is what I'm talking about. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, combining luxury with performance. And that's across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 25 GLE SUV, yes, you will find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or just shop. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley heading into the weekend. Clouds will give way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high 61. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible with a low 42. Saturday, some morning drizzle possible, otherwise mostly cloudy. It'll be milder with a high 65.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Love and happiness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we love and happiness.
Something that can make you do wrong, make you do right.
You know, I probably should start a little bit later. Sorry.
We've got Dan Cam. We've got love and happiness.
Yeah? All right, this is very slow, Dawn. Should I go forward or just?
No, we
just
like it slow.
Yeah.
It's a Friday.
You always have the best
slow.
things to say, Dawn, I swear.
Right?
Now it starts.
Woo!
This is nice.
Love and happiness.
Love and happiness. 'Cause I'm a Trumpaholic.
Can't believe I can't like
love
it.
and happiness.
But what he did at the fake State of the Union, where he stood up there with the cane and, you know,
Not that, Alec. Dan. We're having a moment. We're all mushy and in
that
the
Al
mood
Green
and
isn't the guy
warm
that
and
sang
love and
here.
happy-
Are you sure that's not the
No.
same Al Green?
That's Alexander Green, who's representative.
Is that
was
really his name?
censured. Yeah, Alexander Green. But we're not talking about the singer, the Al Green, who made us in the mood, right? Love and happiness, and Maha, and all that good stuff. So we do have Dr. Oz, and we
Wait,
have
hold
Dan
on.
Cam.
Hold on. Can I
Do you
just
guys
stop?
see Dan Cam?
Just
Do you
stop.
love Dan on Dan? He looked.
I thought you were
we
joking. I
matched.
thought you were like
We
joking
matched.
when you said Alexander Green. It's actually
That's his name.
But like, I've never met an Al that was an Alexander in my life.
Alexander.
Have you ever met? Is that okay?
It's okay.
Isn't that reserved for Allens?
Oh, I don't know.
Like Alex is short for Alexander.
I think he was just trying to play on the Al Green thing.
Ooh, you think
quite
he's a fan
frankly.
of Soul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan and I matched. We wore our red today because it's MAGA Red Love and Happiness Day.
Oh, is that what we did? I missed
Not
the memo,
really,
but
but-
I guess I got lucky.
That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. So we have Honey Badger hostess. Thank you, Tony. Bringing back the Honey Badger. The best Al Green ever born is the singer Al. Yes, you're right, Rosalie, on the YouTube chat. And so I'm laughing at you guys. So we'll talk about Sean Farish as well. I was like praying for him last night when I heard about it.
What the heck is going on?
I know. Dr. Oz, he's all gray. He's not dyeing his hair. I guess he's not running for Senate, so he's not dyeing his hair. He's gone all natural.
Looks good with the gray, though.
Yeah. Dr. Art Kaplan said he likes him. He's okay, kind of softening on that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But had some caveats.
What is Dr. Oz? Was he good or what was he?
Opening statement, mission statement was actually pretty clever. Being a doctor, as long as he has been, and a great doctor at that, he said that sometimes you have to deliver uncomfortable truths to your patients, and he looks at, Congress and the United States as patients in this situation, and here's what he had to say to us.
That I believe that a physician has a responsibility to tell patients what they need to know, even if the message is uncomfortable. So here's some painful truths that should concern everyone in this room.
Painful truths.
I'll list them quickly. Healthcare expenditures are growing 2 to 3% faster than our economy. Not sustainable. The Medicare Trust Fund will be insolvent within a decade. That's the 2.9% taken out of your paycheck. Medicaid is the #1 expense item in most states, consuming 30% of those state budgets, and that's crowding out essential services like schools and public safety that many of you spent your careers trying to develop. A healthcare cost per person in this country is twice that of other developed nations. So it's not just about the money. We're already putting twice as much money into the system. Why is it costing us so much? Because of chronic disease. And those chronic diseases, and we made it easy to be sick in America, are linked to poor lifestyle choices, and they drive 3/4 of the $1.7 trillion that CMS spends a year to support Americans' health. 43% of Americans are obese. That's the major driver of those lifestyle chronic morbidities. That's quadrupled since I was in college. More importantly, we're twice as obese as Europeans. We're 9 times as obese as the Japanese. And 3/4 of our young people cannot even qualify for military service.
There's more.
Oh, sure, the skinny guy. What is he focusing on all the time? Mr. Skinny. No, you know what I mean? Like, really? That's your opening statement? I wonder what Trump, he's like, even though Hannity revealed and Maha King, RFK Jr. revealed that President Trump has lost at least 30 pounds with kind of a low-carb kind of a diet.
You buy that?
Yeah.
No. Not that he lost the poundage, but it's a low-carb diet.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
You don't?
I think it's Ozempic.
Oh, do you?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, because he specifically said that when he ate a hamburger, he did not eat the bun. So he's doing like a South Beach. I don't know. Here's why I believe it, because I noticed a while ago, first of all, he's lost it slowly, which I think people on Ozempic, it's like, boom, they lose it very quickly. And if you're on Ozempic, I don't think it's a pill, right? Isn't it like a needle?
Yeah.
Do you see Trump, who's like a germaphobe? And I don't just like, I don't see him like injecting a needle is it every day? I don't even know how often it is. I just don't really see that.
I could see him doing it along with his spray tan session.
That's different, though. I mean, you know what I mean?
Like get a nice tan and an injection,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, but they say that the Ozempic people, one of the issues is they lose it so quickly, and that's why their skin doesn't have time to, go. So then they have the sort of like a little Shar-Pei doggy where you kind of lose.
And I'm not like judging.
Quickly.
Like if he uses Ozempic, good for him.
Yeah,
it's
God
just,
bless.
It's just that I, as a president, I could see why he might not want to reveal that. So I could see him totally be using Ozempic and still eating those hamburgers all he wants.
I thought when you're president and you have medical stuff going on, you have to be transparent about it. I don't know. I don't have the answer to that. If he would have to reveal something like that. But, is that so? Yeah, he's saying things that we already know, that it's more expensive. So seniors are primarily eligible for Medicare. That's the federal health insurance program, while the Medicaid is the state-administered program. So I know some of you on the YouTube chat and some of you on social media, and thank you for that, the DMs, the texts, saying that you should be required to be a full United States citizen to get any kind of full benefits. So that was one point. I don't know if they're going to ask Oz something like that. That's a good question, though, isn't it? 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here on this as we're celebrating love and happiness.
You see them attacking me in the chat for suggesting that Al is reserved for Allens?
I know.
Yeah.
Because it can be Alphonse, it could be Alex.
Well, I'm an idiot. I left out Alberts. I think Alberts
Albert.
are allowed to use Als, right?
You can call me Al.
But not Alex's. Alexanders have Alex for short. Come on.
Could be Al.
Yeah? Don't call me Al?
You can call me. All right.
Are we going to do another sing-along?
No.
No?
Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too. Proceeds go to the 5 Abington fire companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling and The Larry Steinhaus Show. Hey, I want to tell you that our show will be airing this Saturday at 10 o'clock, not our normal time. We'll see you Saturday morning at 10 o'clock.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
From From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Senator Hassan.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Dr. Oz. Congratulations to you and your family on your nomination. First question that I'm asking of every nominee for this administration: if directed by the president to take action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the president's directive?
The president would never do that.
That's absurd.
Thank you.
It's a disappointing answer. Now, the Medicaid program...
No, you're disappointing.
Are you
Missy.
serious?
No, really. What if he said, oh, yes, I'm going to break the law. I'm a lawbreaker and a jawbreaker. Really? So it's just a stupid question. And
Like, what does she want the answer to be?
Well, she wants to put him in that position so she can have a sassy remark. So good for you,
Well, she got
Dr.
it.
Oz.
Follow the president's directive.
The president would never do that.
Thank you.
That's absurd.
What is
And
absurd?
it's a
Your
disappointing
question?
answer.
It's a disappointing answer, she said.
No, you're disappointing. You're a disappointment, lady.
Uh-oh, are you going to get the bells?
What?
Well, are you going to get the bells for the shame?
Oh, yes. Shame. You're the disappointing one.
Shame.
Shame on this happy,
Shame.
loving Friday. Trump within the
Shame.
past 2 hours. Congratulations. No shame for him. Chuck Schumer, he says, congratulations for doing the right thing. Took guts and courage. The big tax cuts, LA fire fix, debt ceiling bill, and so much more. It's coming. We should all work together, Trump says, on that very dangerous situation. A non-pass
That's absurd.
would be a country
and
destroyer.
It's a disappointing answer.
That's what she says. But approval will lead us to new heights, Trump says. Again, really good and smart move by Senator Schumer. This could lead to something big for the USA and a whole new direction and beginning, DJT. So he signs that. So that this morning. He also has been talking about the good, productive discussions with Pootie, because that's my nickname that I allege that Trump says, like, hello, Pootie. But it's...
Does your nickname have a last name?
No.
Okay.
Vlad Pootie. I just think he calls him Pootie for short. President Vladimir Putin of Russia.
An orange drink.
Yeah, right?
Yes.
Pootie. But they had a good meeting with Pootie. I'm just calling him that because I like to. It's Friday and I'm silly. But he says there's a very good chance this horrible, bloody war can finally come to an end. Good. He is a guy for peace and prosperity. He doesn't want it. But he says last night, at that very moment, thousands of Ukrainian troops completely surrounded by the Russian military. Actually, this was 2 hours ago in a very bad, vulnerable position. So Witkoff, I mean...
He's fascinating.
I know.
He really
Witkoff,
is.
wherever Witkoff is, it's like, you know how Clark Kent shows up?
Yeah.
That's Witkoff. He's like a superhero. He shows up and he's going to get things done as far as
And how do you
negotiation.
do you know how he got into this role? Because I think he knew Trump from the real estate world,
Yes.
right? And then kind of
How
worked
about
into
that?
like the economics in 2020, and then somehow is now doing hostage negotiations and talking with foreign dictators. It's nuts.
See, this is why I will say we don't report on it enough. Trump's ability as far as hiring, and that's what he did in the private sector, to hire these people who are. I mean, Steve Witkoff. You know, you see him there and you think he's like this humble little guy. Did you know he's a billionaire real estate investor? He's an attorney. Did you guys know this about him? And do you think that Steve freaking Witkoff, who's a billionaire, who has like a really good life, do you think he really wants to have this role, or he would have done it for anybody else? But when Trump calls him and taps him and says, Steve, and Steve's like, oh man, my wife doesn't want, come on, we got vacation. You know what I mean? Because these people are living their best life and they don't need this strife. Same with Elon Musk. I don't care what anybody says, but Witkoff.
Do you know how they first met? It's fascinating.
No.
Back in '83, just out of college, Witkoff gets a job with law firm Dreyer and Traub. One of their clients being Donald Trump. They meet at a New York City deli.
Back.
They go back all the way to '83 as friends. When just graduating law school, Witkoff was one of Trump's attorneys. It's fascinating.
I did not know any of that. That they went that far back.
Yeah.
But don't you love that? But there's no way that this Steve Witkoff, who has the skill set, he's like the Liam Neeson, you know, the movies like Taken, when he says, just let her go because I have a specific skill set, right? That's Witkoff. He's that guy. And Trump got him in there. I love it.
It doesn't surprise me that you like the Taken movies. I could see you totally going full.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's what I would be that.
You would be that, yeah.
But I don't even have the skill set, but I would probably say to them.
You would, yeah.
I will hunt you down like a dog and beat you with a shovel. And they'd be
Just
like,
an unrelenting
Tank.
search for the
She may
sons.
not be skilled, but she's crazy enough.
Yeah.
Let my child go. Wow,
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Yeah.
I love Dan Cam. Are you on the Dan Cam now?
Yeah, I left it up there.
Good.
YouTube.com/@TufftonWPHT if you want to see my ugly mug. I did.
He's very
leave myself up
handsome.
today. I
Dan
disagree.
Cam.
That's
Maisie
Dom if
loves
I'm
it.
handsome. I think he disagrees.
Dom Giordano, do you like Dan Cam?
I didn't know it existed.
Does now.
I will get back to you once I check with Elon Musk.
You're not going to doge Dan, are you?
Yeah,
On the
I
Dom
wanna-
show?
No, well, Greg Stocker, I don't know who approved this expenditure. It seems to be pretty lavish. Wow. No, it's a good idea, Don. Yeah, we're getting ready for something with it. Hey, Guy Rushenthaler is here because the big story of the country is going to remain open. He's the deputy whip. We'll ask him about that. And a big new poll out that says 60% of Democrats agree with Gavin Newsom on the trans athletes.
Wow.
60.
I don't believe it. Stay tuned. It's going to be a good one. Buckle in for the Dom Giordano Show.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. Welcome in. Good Friday. Guy Rushenthaler, one of our favorites, congressman here, take you inside Why did the Democrats apparently not shut down the government? That's really good news. But a broad question, I liked how this went the other day when we asked, as we're moving through the whole show, at any point in the show, we asked the 5th anniversary of COVID. The thing that you take away from that, the reckoning, what we should all have agreed upon to stop them from doing it again. Thought I'd ask today throughout the show, and Henry, I didn't tell you, so you can give me yours a little bit later. We're about 50 days in. Let's not get into the weeds, the amount of hours, roughly. All right, half of the first 100 days, it feels like at least 6 months. What's the thing that you're happiest about that's happened, that's been done so far? Now, some of these are works in progress. Some of the stuff I'm not that happy about, but a lot of things I am. The number one thing for me, and look, if you listen to talk radio for years, you know that we've been exposing this stuff. But the average American, I don't think, has ever fully been exposed. And maybe we still haven't even yet gotten to the bottom of it. We haven't gone through the defense budget. How vast, wasteful, abusive, and fraudulent the federal government is. You got to say, that has been a front page story. Due to Doge, due to the personality of Elon Musk and the public profile of him, it's been huge. That would be mine. So throughout the show, when you think about it, what is it you're most happy with? If you're unhappy with something, that's fine too. You can say that, equal opportunity on that. But the most happy about with this election, I know that seems like that's not a grabber in the sense of something hot button. But it's the biggest thing of all. That's what he was elected to do, a number one thing, expose this, disrupt this. And it's in motion. It gives you an idea how hard it is. Now, I want to play, this is cut 16, Henry, and you put this together, and then I want to ask you, were you pretty surprised? The hurdles that RFK Jr. is going to have on the food issue. Now, I'm not on the side, people are trying to press him to say that if you're on SNAP, I would more look at the legitimacy, should you be on SNAP, that you can't get a whole array of things that are obesity products, soda. Maybe it's a soda tax in Philadelphia. Look, if we as a society think legitimately you ought to be on SNAP, food stamps, because of any number of conditions that are legitimate. Now, probably a quarter to a half are not legitimate. Then I think you ought to be able to get a soda. I don't know how you would rein it in fully. But what do we make of the fact that the American Heart Association, I'm reading this morning, we're going to play it for you. The people that work for them that were testifying in one of these state houses about a bill that would say, hey, if you're on SNAP, you can't get soda, cookies, things of that. You can't get chocolate chip cookies. Maybe you'll go back to work. Still reverberating, Henry, yesterday with the protesters. Don't these people work? Now they want to do a bigger protest at Trump Tower. I mean, it's just endless. They're out of jail by lunch, Doesn't matter anyhow. They're not working anyhow. Yeah. I got to get back to work. Nah, it's...
No, their jobs are so nice to them for letting them take their extended lunch break to go protest.
Yeah, getting locked up, the whole thing. No, you got all day. You got an 8 or 10 hour protest window. So here's the American Heart Association. And I offer this as evidence of what Kennedy is up against as far as the number of alliances and people that want to keep Americans eating, apparently, the things that they're eating. And again, I think if you're on food stamps, we shouldn't take away your right to have a soda. But I get the obesity argument here. The American Heart Association, you would think, would be saying, you know what, not for nothing, but you can't be doing this. Americans are overweight, heart disease, number one cause. Here's what they said.
I often say that I can never be surprised in this building, but for the American Heart Association to be against this bill.
SB 379 seeks to remove soda, candy, potato and corn chips, and cookies from the list of items eligible for purchase with SNAP.
My name is Alec Puente, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the American Heart Association. I'm here to testify today in opposition to Senate Bill 379.
I would encourage you to look at what it restricts.
The Heart Association is concerned about potential impacts of this bill on participation and population health. Imposing nutritional restrictions will interfere with the primary function of SNAP, reducing hunger, without reducing root causes of chronic disease.
I'm here because I want to support the children on this program and protect them from the chronic disease that sugar will lead them to develop. I actually advocated for this bill in Arizona and was shocked by the big soda companies sending their own person to come and advocate for the fact that there's no correlation between soda consumption and obesity, which is just a straight up lie.
Okay. Now, I find this one to be fascinating because, look, I'm about choice. RFK Jr. is giving mixed signals on this stuff. The whole world's pushing him. Chronic disease. We want to stop that. Well, what about these people, though? Or are you going to say, well, you let them continue to have it. We have to punish big soda now. Look, how safe are you going to make soda? Let's face it. You drink a good number of sodas, there's a lot of sugar. I know you can drink, you don't have to drink the worst. But we're back to the soda thing. Remember that in Philadelphia? We didn't like it when progressives put the soda tax on. So should Kennedy be making this restrictive? He seems to be leaning toward it. Henry, your thought?
I do think I find it weird that the American Heart Association is defending that. But you should be able to get whatever you want with your food stamps.
Yeah, but isn't it we got to keep this one. It illustrates, people are asking me all the time, well, why do these food companies, the cereal, or you and I talked to Dan the other day off the ledge after the show about the red dye, why it's in there and how they get away with this. You're not going to remove it. I mean, the only thing ultimately can remove it is Americans making choices here. Now, we ought to make it easier. Some of these are pretty toxic, but I think people should be able to get a soda even if they're on food stamps. If they're not on legitimately, then they shouldn't be on food stamps. But the American Heart Association, taking the other side, you have a sense of what Kennedy's facing. There's all kinds of groups for all kinds of reasons that are going to try to stop his rationale, which is the food supply. I think the American Heart Association is going to say exercise or God knows what. But really, I'm surprised at them. It doesn't look good to be on that side of it. Not even a little bit. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and you're in right now. We have an all-time side question today in a moment. And Guy Rushenthaler here. I'll give it to you after Guy, I guess. One other thing. I mentioned to Dawn, and this is a survey out. Now, if you're a conspiracy artist, you got to tell me we're winning. Why do you want to look for some way they're going to bamboozle us? We all know we've talked about Newsom blurting out with Charlie Kirk when Kirk was on him, and I think Kirk sounded like the host. He did a really good job on the podcast. Yeah, it is a fairness issue. I don't think people that are, did he call it trans or did he call it men or boys, should be in women's sports. New poll out this morning. This is the Echelon Insights poll. And it indicates that 60% of the 457 Democrat or Democrat-leaning respondents indicated they either somewhat or strongly agreed with Newsom that biological men who identify as women competing in women's sports is deeply unfair. A greater proportion strongly agreed, 31% than the combined figure for those who either somewhat or strongly agreed. Along the same lines, a proportion of Democrats who believe the party should move to the center politically, 42%, doubles up the proportion who think they should move to the left. All right, so this is good news. The media is in on this. Stop it, Dom. We never can be happy about this. I'm not saying not to, I'm saying to prosecute this issue even more. That's what this tells me. So if this poll is true, 60% of self-described Democrats or Democrat-leaning agree with this, why does the Democrat leadership then not do it? And we've been through this. They don't do it yet in the face of all this because they have a vocal base, the mob, that they're afraid of. The base of the party they are very afraid of, despite the fact that apparently even more people, now with Republicans, it's way into the 90s, maybe the high 90s at this point. But that's what this poll tells me. We're winning on this issue. Stop worrying that we're giving aid and comfort to Newsom. It's not about that. All right, we'll take your calls. I'll give you the side question coming up, too. And Guy Reschenthaler, Deputy Whip, will be with us. His thoughts on what's going on inside this continuing resolution. We told you yesterday, we heard the White House was very confident that Schumer was going to flip this way. Why? He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
I just love when we have these little punk Ivy League kids that aren't of Palestinian descent dressing up like they're playing pretend with the scarves and the headdress and all of that. Bobby from the main line, who all of a sudden thinks he's fighting the righteous cause, and he's an uneducated clown. Forget being deported or being arrested. These parents should be embarrassed. If I ever catch my kid in college protesting on behalf of Gaza, they're not even going to have time to flunk out. I'm going to drive down and pull them out.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This March, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 SSV, just $43,999. Plus, upfit services are available for lights, sirens, plows, and more. Lease a 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT, just $199 a month for 36 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different.
TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. We'll talk with Congressman Guy Reschenthaler momentarily here. And one of the things I'm going to ask him about is swatting. We had on Nick Sorter yesterday, this, shall we say, journalist on the road, the guy that's everywhere where there's a major thing going on. And he goes up to left-wing politicians on the street and asks them provocative questions also. Elizabeth Warren recently, Maxine Waters. And he came on yesterday to talk about the fact that his home was swatted with his sister and father there at like 2 o'clock in the morning. And I talked with, somebody we're very friendly with and have the highest admiration, Pat Malloy, about this. Are police departments not are they overreacting to this? I know that on the Kalen Company this morning, Sean Farash was on talking about being swatted. I think he was home with his wife and child. So here's Pam Bondi first talking about Tesla. And then people are saying today, are we going to do something about this? Joe Pags, nationally syndicos, great guy. Know him pretty well. He and his family were swatted just recently. It's an epidemic of this. They've gotten into it. The more they hear about it, the wilder they're gone. Going to have to nail one of these people and put him in jail for 10 to 20 years. Here's Bondi, though, talking about those that are attacking charging stations or Tesla dealerships. Here's what she said this morning.
We have people we're locking up on that. We have someone in jail right now from one of the dealerships. They threw a Molotov cocktail through a dealership. They're looking at up to 20 years in prison. So if you're going to touch a Tesla, go to a dealership, do anything, you better watch out because we're coming after you. Wow. And if you're funding this, we're coming after you. We're going to find out who you are.
So, I mean.
Now, that's important, the funding part and that. I know it's a full plate, but we got to get on the swatting. All right, let's go. It's been quite a while. We've had one of our favorites from the 14th District in Pennsylvania, Guy Reschenthaler, who is the chief deputy whip. And the whipping did a great job this time around. You guys must have gotten new whips, Guy, because you only had one Republican who voted the other way on the big bill.
That's right, Dom. We only had one Republican defection on it, so Whip Emmer and I are thrilled with what we were able to achieve. And the president deserves a lot of credit, too, because his White House team was helping us immensely, and it was truly a team effort. But the fact that we only lost one Republican, we could have only lost two Republicans and still have it passed, really shows that moving forward, we're going to have a chance of actually passing Trump's agenda, which is what the voters want. This man was overwhelmingly elected, won all 7 swing states. He has a mandate, so no one House Republican should be able to stand in the way of Trump's agenda.
Congressman, you're inside this more than I, but the people I have there in Washington, et cetera, they were telling me all the signals, and they thought the signals were correct from the Trump administration, was, all right, Schumer's going to be performative for a moment. He's going to call Republicans a name. But in the end, he's going to move them toward voting. Did you see that all along? And what's the tactical reason why he's doing that?
Well, so the situation, what I saw is it's called jamming the Senate and specifically jamming the Senate Democrats because obviously the Republicans are in control of the Senate. But for any spending bill, you need 60 votes in the Senate. So we knew we were going to need anywhere between 7 and 8 senators, Democratic senators, to vote for it. So what we needed to do is we needed to pass a clean continuing resolution and put those Democrats in a position of either defending unelected career bureaucrats from DOJ and defending or like fighting for waste, fraud, and abuse when Elon Musk and the Trump administration is trying to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in the federal government. Have them make that choice or vote with us on a clean continuing resolution. And the fact that we didn't need one Democrat did vote for it in the House, but we didn't need that vote. The fact that we were able to have 100%, this bill passed with 100%, one defection, but it was we hit the number with all Republicans, pass it to the Senate. It really did what's called jamming the Senate Democrats and put them in a bind. And we did that because we had unity in the House.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing because, we have, I think Massey is a principled person. Rand Paul's a friend, and I think he's principled too. But this is an on-ramp toward the bigger picture, given the mess that was there. And sometimes I think people bought into that guys like you in leadership are not just doing this to get down to the next resolution. It's about fulfilling the Trump agenda, and you can't get there without doing this.
Exactly. And Thomas Massey is a personal friend. I'm actually very close personally with Thomas. I know why he voted and why he did it. He was very honest and upfront with myself and with Emmer. I wish he would have voted yes, but it wasn't like he surprised us. But it's absolutely, at this point, if you have any one House Republican standing in the way of either a budget, a continuing resolution, spending bills, reconciliation, you name it, they're really thwarting the agenda of President Trump. And President Trump, like I said before, President Trump has this mandate, and so it's uncalled for to have one member just stand against a mandate when, again, the man won overwhelmingly and he won all 7 swing states.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mentioned you may have heard some of that. Somebody who's frequently on Talk Radio 1210, and a guest that I have on a lot, conservative analysts, et cetera. We're both swatted. Joe Pagarullo, nationally syndicated. This is all within the last 24, 30 hours. Pam Bondi going after the Tesla mob, which is good.
Yeah.
Are you hearing from people on this? Do you have a sense of it, Guy? And what can be done about it? We're told that, hey, it's pretty hard to trace and do that, but we got to make an example out of this. This is rampant and could be deadly.
Right. Well, so there's so much that Pam Bondi is doing at DOJ. Right. I'm actually heading to DOJ later today because there's going to be a display of a large fentanyl bust, which but the last administration did nothing on fentanyl, by the way. Fentanyl, Pennsylvania outpaces other states. We're 5th largest in the nation in terms of population, but we're 3rd in fentanyl deaths. It's to the point now where over 300 people a day die of fentanyl. It would be like a commercial airliner going down once a day for the last 4 years and nobody even caring about it. So Pam Bondi is going to get to that. Then a lot of the weaponization of government that we saw in the last administration, where you had the administration and the executive branch basically running roughshod over the 4th Amendment, running roughshod over norms in the government, and really weaponizing the entire apparatus to go after Republicans. And we saw this with Navarro. We saw it with President Trump himself, those around Roger Stone. I mean, the list goes on and on. So it's good that Pam Bondi's finally getting to it. And then you couple that with what DOJ, Department of Government Efficiency, is doing, rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse. The fact that you have people that are 150 years old that are collecting Social Security, clearly that's fraudulent. You add all that together, and we're going to see a golden age of not only American government, but of America that President Trump is going to usher in.
What's the next big thing? What are you involved in? What are we going to see out of the House, relatively imminent over the next couple weeks?
It's all about, Dom, it's all about reconciliation at this point. And the importance of reconciliation is you reconcile the budget with federal spending. And the reason reconciliation is so important is it deals with non-discretionary spending. So Medicaid, for example, other items in the government that you don't address through the appropriations process, which is discretionary spending. That would be like spending on the military, spending on foreign aid. Okay. So the other important thing about reconciliation is you don't need to have 60 votes in the Senate. You can pass it with a 51 vote. So we can do reconciliation on a totally partisan basis and make this as MAGA as possible. It's just an issue of, will it be far enough to the right to get our hardliners on board, and will be close enough to the center so our moderate members won't be exposed to to a very hard re-election in the next cycle. So there's going to be a happy medium, but the fact that we don't need Democratic votes means that we can really effectuate most of President Trump's agenda, at least with non-discretionary spending in the reconciliation process.
Would you say sometime in the summer is reasonable on a vote on that?
Well, we're shooting for like late May. I think we're trying to have this.
Okay.
Now that's if like everything is going according to plan and running smoothly. But we need to get this done so that way you can focus on the FY26 spending bills. This continuing resolution only goes to September 30th.
Right.
So in the meantime, between now and then, you've got to do reconciliation. These 3 reconciliation bills. The decision is that we're going to just do, as President Trump describes, one bill and just do it in one go. Then you need to have the appropriations process work on discretionary spending for FY26. So when we hit September 30th, we have all the spending bills ready to go and we can pass that. And then by that time, Dom, you're looking at the election. The next election cycle is kicking off. So it's going to be a wild few months, and we're going to go right into to re-election, where hopefully we're going to expand the House majority and pick up even more seats in the Senate and really move Trump's agenda in his last 2 years.
Well, let's hope that's the case. Scott, thank you very much. Busy schedule. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks,
Anytime
Tom.
you have something you want to talk about, love to hear from you.
You got it. Thanks for all you do.
Thank
Bye.
you. There's the deputy whip, Guy Reschenthal here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. By the way, at 1 o'clock, we're going to Sicily. Well, we're going to be talking with our tour guide in Sicily from Conservative Tours, give you a little flavor of that. I hope that you've at least gotten the information by now. You heard Anne-Marie Muldoon yesterday, and some others contacted me already looking at this and in there. So this is going to be a fabulous trip. That'll be at 1 o'clock today, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Side question today, thanks to Minnie from Texas on the YouTube chat, suggesting, hey, today is Pi Day, 3.1416.
How many digits, Tom? How many digits can you do?
Oh, how many far out? I don't have any memorized after that. How many do you have?
Just 3.14.
Yeah. Okay. I thought it was 16 too. After that, but that means teachers bring in pie today. What the heck? It's a Friday. It's Pi Day. So Minnie suggested, ask people for something, I guess, as American or more American than apple pie. All right. You know, apple pie was always included in that. You get the premise before we start the calls to Henry? Something that represents, or a person or thing. Now, look, we're going to take Uncle Sam off. Uncle Sam's never going to win anymore. It's a Budweiser category. People have done that before. I'm going to take off the American dream. I know it's redundant here, but the American dream to me is the most powerful thing out there. When you see people tear up thinking about America is the land of opportunity. Only in America can you do these things. You know, maybe there's a nation here or there, but we emphasize it more. It's big. It's unbelievable. You're only limited by what you're willing to do, your talent, your drive, etc. So the American dream is what I would put in there. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, so I'll take two. And this first one's going to be a twofold here.
Yeah.
Big trucks.
Right.
Thanks to certain gas laws we have now, you can only have giant pickup trucks. No longer are the small pickup trucks available in the newer models. And just, you know what? Driving a big pickup truck, it just seems American. It's very America. I don't think you see that in Europe. You wouldn't see it in Asia for sure. And then the other one I'll take off is the red Solo cup. It's unique here to America. You might see it in movies and shows, and you'll have it at parties of your own. So I think that's a very American thing.
Get a cup, make it red.
Yeah.
That's the American dream. Bang. Look at what happens. All right, so that's what we're looking for. Zone in on that. Also, coming up, I told Dan, I don't know if I told Henry, I'm not ready to announce fully Giordano Productions, what we'll be producing. It won't be produce. But Dan and Henry involved, too, with it, and it's got a big backer, and I think you're going to hear some big stuff this year. So I had to form an LLC, Giordano Productions. After we take a couple calls, I'll tell you what I got in the mail yesterday from the state government about an obligation I have under federal and state law to display something. Okay, maybe I would want to ignore that or not. It's America, after all. It's one employee, me. I'm not an employee. I'm the, on various days, the executive director, and other days, the president. I need a higher title for that. Ruler of the world. Anyhow, I have to pay them $108 for them to produce this. It's crazy. I don't want to put it up. There's nobody there that's going to see it. Freddie the cat maybe, and he may reject it. But under federal law, we have to do it. I have the document. I'll hold it up, blur it, whatever. But 855-839-1210. We're going to take your calls, yes. Something that is American in the realm of, as Henry said, solo cups, American dream, apple pie. Take Uncle Sam off. It could be a person, a trend, a thing, something that you think represents what it's all about, every bit as much as apple pie or more. 855-839-1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the Free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit amcontheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in West Chester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Virtual Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtual Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Weather sponsored by the Philadelphia Boat Show.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley heading into the weekend. Clouds will give way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high 61. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible with a low 42. Saturday, some morning drizzle possible, otherwise mostly cloudy. It'll be milder with a high 65.
The boat sale of the year is back. The Philadelphia Boat Show, March 14th through 16th at the Expo Center in Oaks. Top tri-state dealers ready to deliver saltwater fishing boats, pontoon party boats, ski boats, bass boats, PWCs, and more. See PhillyBoatShow.com for details and tickets.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. So, coming to your calls, I'm just going to hold it up and I'm blur stuff here. I don't think you can see everything, but I have found it, and I'm not ready to announce. We'll announce the big thing once everything's all set to go. Giordano Productions. All right, more on that probably next week when all the funding and everything is there, what we're producing.
Ooh,
I think you're going to like it. It's going to be pretty big. But anyhow, I get this letter from the state government vis-a-vis the federal government because they are the ones that made up the LLC. Your business is obligated under federal law to display a current, compliant labor law poster. What? Where am I getting that?
Like a propaganda poster?
Yes.
What?
This applies regardless of the number of employees, whether it's 1 or 1,000. It's federal law to display up-to-date employment posters in the workplace, including information about workers' compensation benefits. Am I going to give myself workers' compensation benefits? Yes, I need to have that there so I can see it. Is Freddie the cat going to have to see this if he doesn't want to comply with?
Put it right next to the beware of cat sign.
Yeah, beware of the cat sign. And if I don't do this, failure to comply with these posting these regulations as outlined in Federal Law 29 U.S.C. can result in potential fines exceeding $7,000 per violation each time.
Each time you don't have a poster up?
Yes. Additionally, noncompliance may toll lawsuits based on the failure to display mandatory posters. Okay, this is all bad. Send me the poster. We'll put it up. No, you got to pay them $108 for the posters. So I'm going to see by a source, Dan, if I can get a breakdown of why does it cost $108. What are we getting for the $108 here?
A piece of paper?
Yeah, no, it's a poster.
Well,
it's art. It's a poster art. That you get
you
to
can
put
go
this
to Home Goods and get a
yes, exactly.
a wall cover cheaper than that.
I could get some
it's like
stuff.
$45.
Have Rose a good printer, print it up, compliant. Hi, how you doing?
Yeah.
Then we'll have to vote on where do we put this inside Giordano
like one of those
Productions.
workers' rights fists or something.
Yes, it probably is.
Yeah.
This is exactly the type of nonsense. Who passed this law? How did they get away with this? For a one person, how am I getting workers' compensation benefits? That as the employer and person doing the work. All right, 855-839-1210.
Great point.
I need to hear from some people that, do you have this where you are? Come on, we have thousands of small business people.
So do you have to get like the official
Yes.
poster, or can you like download what they have, print it from Staples, and just display it? And how would they tell the difference?
Oh,
that's
no,
not
they
the
want
official...
they want their $108.
Like do they scan the paper to make sure it's like the perfect amount of
I see what
cotton
you're saying.
in the blend or something like.
Yeah, they say, please allow up to 2 weeks for delivery of the, here it is, the 2025 all-in-one labor law poster. All in one. Can you imagine these maniacs, the minutia of this? Sad that Trump
Ron Swanson makes a good point.
Yeah.
Says you have 0 employees. Nobody's going to complain about it except yourself. So as long as you don't report yourself, you're good, right?
Let's see what it says. You know what? I have to ask my tax guy and then the lawyer about this.
Yeah.
It says for 1 to 1,000 employees, but I don't see the definition of employee here. If you're a subcontractor, I'm not sure. And I'm not an employee. How could I be an employee of my own thing?
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe that's the loophole.
I don't think they're sending random individuals out to businesses one by one to make sure they have this. I think it only comes from complaints, right?
You see, the only thing is I can't depend on Ro. They knock on the door. She'll give them a cup of tea. Come on in.
Not only that, Ro, did you call? Was that you that called on me, Ro?
Yeah, listen to the. They'll be listening to the show. Oh, that's it. It's going to be $50,000 each time on this. Oh, this is a scam alert here. All right, Keith in Ridley Park. All right, Keith, what do you say?
Yeah. It's a scam, Dom. They send those out. It's like a printing company that puts all the regulations in one sheet of paper for you.
Oh.
And it's like laminated, so you have to read the fine print to see where you send the money to.
Oh, well, yeah.
But
No, I'm
technically
reading the fine print, though, and it's there's state documents here on the back.
Yeah, Tuna on YouTube says, I get those notices all the time, throw them away.
Listen to these people. They're all outing themselves. I had nothing to do with it.
But you don't have to send them the money. you can print it all out yourself. You can probably get a copy of whatever you think you need to print.
For some reason, the address is in Nigeria. I don't know why.
No, it's not in Nigeria, though. All right, Keith, I'm taking your advice there, but the address is Camp Hill, Pennsylvania for the LPCC.
Of course,
look them up,
absolutely,
Dan.
sure.
The
sure,
LPCC.
They're going to use Camp Hill. They're going to use Harrisburg. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh,
That's
I see what you're
that's
saying.
Where their
so
post office box is.
These are printers that send this. The trigger device, just once I got this LLC, my mail has quadrupled every day.
Yeah. Every scamming in the world will come and get you, try to get you to buy something.
It's like you got a new
Keith,
mortgage.
wait a minute, Keith.
Like you
Now,
bought a house.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you doing that, but you're, ridding me of a great talk radio bit. We were going to tell Greg Stocker we're going to take busloads to Harrisburg. We want to see where they're making these labor practice things.
That would be a good one.
Oh,
that would be
God.
good.
All right, well, Keith,
I'd
thank
go along
you.
with that.
Thanks, Keith, very much for
man.
the help here. All right, we'll see if people agree with that.
I am getting flooded with calls of just people saying this is a scam, Dom. It's a scam.
Scam, Dom. Scam alert.
So.
Well, I think this is a legal document.
All these callers who say they've got it as well say it's a scam.
Look, when we bought the new house, we got a ton of these types of really official do not open kind of documents. I don't know.
We're going to have to, Dan, if you can Google and call the at some point during the show.
Should you
the
say
LPCC, it's Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. It's 3401 Hartsdale Drive, HARTZDALE. It's in his suite. Now, that seems scam-like to me.
It seems very scam. I've looked it up.
Yeah.
LPCC in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
It's just bringing up licensed professional clinical counselors.
That's such a basic name.
Right.
Something untraceable.
Okay.
You would never find. Yeah, up in Camp Hill.
Well, Camp Hill's near Harrisburg, so that they're trying to.
The
labor law poster requirement
There's nothing
notice.
online
Man, the
about
small
this company,
print on this is so small. It looks. Maybe Elon Musk can head over on his way and pop in on these guys. No, I would love to. Whether they're a scam business or legit, I'd love to talk to somebody on the air and hear what they have to say about it. Let me go to Charlie in South Jersey, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Charlie, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, first time I've ever called a radio show, but as soon as I heard you speaking, I knew I get them all the time. I know it's a scam. In fact, while I was listening to you, I remembered that they send you a self-addressed envelope.
Yes.
So you don't even need the postage to send it in.
Yeah,
So
I
was
am reading a small print here that says they're a non-governmental publisher of
There you
labor law
go,
employment
Dom,
posters.
South Philly guy.
Well,
I'm surprised. I'm from 17th and Mifflin. I'm surprised you went for this, Dom.
Wait a minute, though. Isn't it? It intrigued me because for talk radio's sake, I was all
I was
ready
going to head down to
go
the corner and buy one of those movies.
Yeah, I'm not reading the small print. I wanted to see what we're getting here. I want to see if we can get these guys on.
So what I did a couple of years, then I stopped wasting my time, was I would send it back in so that they would have to pay the postage, and I would say, no thanks, scam artist. And then I obviously erase my name so they didn't know it was me. So at least they paid the postage, and I could give them a little jab.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Charlie, very much here. Dan, these guys know how to ruin talk radio, I'm telling you. All right.
No fun. Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Robot
Yeah.
speeds. Dom, you interested in buying a bridge?
Well, this isn't quite that, though.
No,
I mean,
it's not. No,
they did. Well, here's
it's concerning. Like, because
Okay.
I'd look at it. I don't want to get punished.
Well, here's the question I have, though. The next question I was going to ask is, what's the state government doing about this, since the second page is copied very officially? I've seen this stuff before. Pennsylvania state panels included this, that, and the other. Are they looking at this, Josh Shapiro, and saying, no, this is causing difficulty for people just starting a business? How about somebody visit them? Let's see if they're compliant in their office. Do they have ventilation? Do they have the posters up? All right, so there's no federal law that says you have to have this poster up. That's the next thing I was
I don't
looking at.
know. That's a good question.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. We'll get you in. Take more calls on this. Don't forget the side question. Thank you, Minnie. This is a great one. I really like this coming off of the notion of Pie Day. As American as apple pie, what is an all-time American or something really American? Dan, you didn't have a chance to give us yours yet.
Wrestling.
Wrestling?
Yeah. Like professional wrestling. Hulk Hogan.
They don't have that in your. Well, they adopt an American
They
persona.
did.
True.
Yeah. But like the whole idea of the entertainment that comes with wrestling and all, it's
okay.
It's so big and bombastic. It's so American.
Ah, I see where you're going. James Brown is American to me. The song, was it "Living in America"?
Mm-hmm. Great one.
Riley
Banger.
used to play that as his theme song on the radio show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, James Brown. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Now, we're probably going to hear from our tour guide a little bit later in the show. The plane's slow landing in Sicily. Come on, Giuseppe, land that plane. But we are going to Sicily, and we want you to come with us. You've heard us talk. Dawn's gone to Italy again. I've been to Italy twice. Once was years ago. Last time was a couple of years ago with great number of listeners. Leslie Fischerpine was kind of like the mini tour guide. That's what happens with this. And people told me how comfortable they felt on this trip because they could talk about what they really feel about all that's going on in the world and not have to worry, oh, man, can't be doing that on this trip. That might be trouble. No, you can do all of that. And we are going to Sicily. Most intriguing imaginable. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. How about joining me and Ro for the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall? I'll be heading to Europe again, and only with the best conservative tours. 5544, that includes airfare. The dining events alone are legendary. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All of this, call them. They'll send you the information instantly, 888-733-9494. Or go to conservativetours.com, conservativetours.com. Another highlight of the trip, we will be touring all the locales for Godfather 1, 2, and I'm not sure. It's in dispute. It's kind of like these posters. I'm not sure if I'm going to the Godfather 3 locale. I can't think of any in there other than Wetting Our Beaks and that hotel room in Atlantic City where they shut the doors on them and had the helicopter come over. I really want to see the locale of Godfather 3. Well, we'll see.
We can go to Atlantic City.
That's true, but Godfather 1 and Godfather 2, of course, I want to see those locales.
They hit him with 5 shots and he's still alive.
And the crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina. I'll see you there. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. It's ancient, it's charming, it's picturesque, and it's always a country within a country. I will see you in Savoca. But the thing you have to do to get this ball moving is call 888-733-9494.
Talk Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. It's Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day Friday, March 21st on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing offers that work with any budget. Don't wait. Trust PJ.com today. That's trustpj.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, boy, Henry's having to take a break. What's he cooling down there from all these callers?
You need to take a walk.
What the heck is going on
Yeah.
there? He's smashing stuff. Dom Giordano Show. I'm coming to your calls on this, tell me what else I have to experience with an LLC. And I'm announcing a little bit more of what we're doing at that big speech this afternoon in downtown Philadelphia. I think it's standing room only. They tell me they're talking to the fire marshal to get more people in there when I come over there. Nice hotel.
Do they have chairs or is everybody standing?
They have chairs, but I think there'll be a lot of standing, too.
Okay.
One other quick thing. Fox, now we all know about separate bedrooms, which I oppose.
Mm-hmm.
Separate bank accounts, I really oppose that stuff.
Yeah.
I've been through that for years. Fox now talking about should couples have separate bathrooms? And I was thinking of poor Maisie.
I agree with that.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Oh, it's
poor Maisie. Oh, man.
It's how we live it's actually how we live.
You need 2 bathrooms?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Is one a full bathroom or is it a powder room?
So in our master suite, we have a master bath. that I use.
Okay.
And then we have another full bathroom upstairs that she uses that she's completely taken over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you go with separate bathrooms. A bathroom divorce.
And a lot of that is,
Oh,
because for a long time she was waking up, before I started doing the Dawn
Yeah.
show, she was waking up much earlier than I was, so she wanted to kind of get out of the room rather than taking a shower in the master bath and then waking me. And
2-bathroom house.
There are reasons for it, though.
Yeah,
I don't know. Does Ro have a lot of product that she leaves out on the top of the sink?
No, not necessarily. No, nothing at all. She just...
It's easier for the female rather than having to pack everything up and then unpack it when you're getting ready and packing it back up.
When I start my countdown and I leave precisely at 10:10 every morning, it's like the 3:12 to Yuma. Out of there. Get out. Yeah, but it'll only be a minute. Out of there. I have it timed.
Will you leave early, or will you actually wait for the clock to hit the time before you leave?
I try to make my door be opening at 10:09 if I can. Yes.
Very regimented.
Very regimented. And today, the last 2 days, I've had a fight for the parking space at this media lot out here.
What do you mean
Dan.
fight? Like, you're getting out and like throwing fists?
One, I had to get another guy. I think it was a KYW guy. We're pounding on this bus door, telling this woman she's got a school bus parked in there. This is where we have to park our cars. She says, well, I'm just waiting for them to get out. They're going to radio me. You're in violation.
This isn't
this is a media lot. It's not an airport waiting room.
It's not an idle section.
Right. And today, a giant Amazon truck was in there.
Oh, come on.
Double
Get
parked?
out. Huh? No, that's right. Yeah, he was.
That's the worst, is when they double park and there's a spot to the left of them and you can't get in. But no, he was actually parked in the spot.
He was parked in the spot. And then when I get the woman with the bus out, along with the other guy, he's banging on the window on one hand and I'm where the door is. This guy pulls up and says, can I park here? And I said, can't you see the sign? Does it have to be bigger? You will be towed.
Do people not pay attention, especially with the PPA
right. Well,
like, they're so strict. You would think that people pay attention to signs in Philadelphia.
My theory is we're in a place where it's hard to park, and this is an oasis sitting there sometimes of 6 or 7 cars you could get in there. And they see it, and it's like they're in the desert. They don't care.
It's a mirage.
I'm parking here.
But I'd get that if it didn't also say tow-away zone right under there as well.
I know. I would move it. I would move it up. It's worth it. Put another tow sign in there. You know.
Maybe the accounting of taking the ticket versus finding a garage might make sense for some, but no, this is a tow-away zone too. It's crazy.
Well, I don't know. $50, $52, whatever it is. That's still pretty stiff.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you're right.
But who in the world? The woman saying, "Well, I got to wait till these kids get out of the building and they'll radio me." No, not happening here.
And I hate to say, I don't know if she's working for the school that's right nearby, but there's school parking right around the corner that I think you can pull into, and that's the purpose, is for the buses to wait there.
Right. There's plenty of places where you can pull a bus to the side as long as you're sitting there.
Yeah.
No. The one oasis that we have.
I'm sorry, Dom. I'm sorry. So where'd you end up parking?
Oh, I waited him out, honking the horn until they moved. Yeah.
Oh,
and I park right in
oh,
there.
No.
I get in every day this week.
So,
only one time if I had to pay this month.
Let me build this picture then. Were you laying your horn at a school bus this morning?
No, I was knocking on the window of the school bus. And the guy from KYW was knocking on the side where the driver was.
Oh, okay.
And just say, no, you got to go. You don't understand. You can't stay here. My goodness. But the kids, make them walk. They're pre-K.
That's a good point.
Get out of
Come
here.
on.
Get out of the lot.
Get some exercise.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. All right, we're coming to your call straight away. Our guest from Sicily will be here later in the show. But we'd love to get you in and hit us something. And I'll continue to take the scam thing. I think it's good. We got a lot of small business people with knowledge of this. What do they bump it up to then? But I want to see if we can smoke these people out. This seems like a lot of effort to get people. It looked like the exact paper and print, the font, Dan, that I have here is very much what you get when you get something from Harrisburg. It looks exactly like it.
They do it that way, though.
Yeah. But can you use all the same type of stuff and put the official
seems that way.
Put the official government material in here? There's some official government material in here.
They can even say things like final notice or suspension of coverage.
Those I see, they look pretty scammy.
Yeah.
This looked pretty, and it's just what I think the federal government would do. 855.
So there is a section on postercompliance.com. I guess there's a poster compliance center where they actually warn about these kind of things.
Ignorance of the law is going to be my defense here. I knew nothing about it.
I know nothing. I see nothing.
They're going to pull up this audio.
And Rose at home saying, well, I think this would be a good place to put it. Oh, my God. Please. No. Right, we'll have to take Dan's handcrafted Dom Dome down and put the labor thing in there.
You don't do that.
No,
that took like tons of hours of manpower.
I was thinking of putting it as the backdrop behind me as we fight the federal government on what Giordano.
Do you want me to
Productions
handcraft
about.
you a labor compliance?
Yes,
poster?
that's what I need. All right, Minnie. Come on, Minnie. You got to have a meme up on Facebook, on Twitter on this. Come on, Minnie. We know you can do it. Picture us with labor compliance all around us, federal laws all around us. OSHA.
Give us some hard hats.
Yeah, that's right. Do you have hard hat compliance? 855-839-1210.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I started with Crash Proof in 2024. The tariffs, they're very, very scary right now. They're on again, they're off again. The stock market's reacting to them. We might even go into a recession. It's going to be a rough year for everyone, except the people that are invested in Crash Proof retirement. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. With this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I haven't lost anything. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later, because you're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market, in my opinion.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just 1 day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here to introduce to you the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to its precision crafted model lineup. A premium compact SUV with breakthrough design, performance, and innovation. The Acura ADX features a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive, and cutting-edge technology engineered for those who demand more. More power, more style, more luxury. Coming soon to Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. Sign up today at piazzaacura.com to get the latest updates on the first ever ADX.
Your new kitchen, visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Montgomery County Police warn drivers with keyless entry that your key's radio signal can be copied to steal your car. Some local workers may get their jobs back thanks to a judge who said the Trump administration fired them illegally. And Philly has its own theme song for the 26th World Cup made by DJ Jazzy Jeff with a salute to Gamble and Huff.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Hey, navigation, take me to TurnersvilleJeep.com.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, and they're offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. People wanting to know, am I okay with America? Henry and I was joined at the hip. We'll have to ask Dan. So, Dan, we're going to talk about this a little bit more. We played the American Heart Association. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, really, in this. Arguing against sugary beverages, cookies, and all that, saying people ought to be able to have them. They didn't make a freedom argument exactly around chronic diseases. And I said if they're legitimately on food stamps, I think they ought to be able to get a soda, cookies, something of that nature. Now, are there ways to limit it? Is that too much paperwork, too much stuff to keep track of? I hear it. But if we're, as a society, saying some people need to be helped through food stamps, it's a family, it's something like that, they're down on their luck for this period, whatever. Look, half of it, if not more, is abusive. We know that. We've all had an experience of seeing people get stuff like a lobster or something, or a giant cake in line. Okay. But if they're legit, should they be able to get a soda and use their, their card to do that? What do you say?
I just think they're completely off base on the entire argument here. And then they're not talking about what's being talked about, and that's holding corporations accountable and not holding the government accountable and how they dole out their funding.
Okay.
No, my thing is that the Health Association should be on the same page as RFK and saying, look, you know what? SNAP benefits, they should buy soda. They should buy candy. They should buy bad cereal, but that bad cereal, that soda, that candy should be made with real sugar. It shouldn't be made with this crap of these high fructose corn syrups and these absolutely terrible ingredients that are getting shoved on Americans that aren't being shoved on Europeans.
Well, I don't think you can make soda helpful, Dan. There's where I differ. Now, you can make it a little bit less.
You can make it less harmful is the point. And why is Coca-Cola shoving to Americans a more harmful product and giving Mexicans full sugar Coca-Cola?
I think it's the American taste. That's where we are with it. I've talked about that before. That's another angle on this.
I think if I put up a poll, what's better, American Coke or Mexican Coke? At least 80% people would say Mexican Coke.
I've never had Mexican Coke.
Really?
So
You got to try it. It's delicious. It's so good.
Soda's good for one thing, though. A little upset stomach, ginger ale. That's it. No other. Yeah,
ginger ale's
delicious. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Side question today. Something as American or more American, thanks, Minnie, than apple pie is coming off it being Pie Day. But this does illustrate the problem RFK Jr. is going to have. That's what I was pointing at. It's not just the big food companies. There's any number of groups in America that, I think that have a stake in this that are blocking some of this stuff.
The approach of the SNAP benefits being taken away from feeding these companies that are giving us these less healthy foods is the hope that capitalism would take over and these companies would recognize that they could probably get SNAP benefits if they added more health to their products.
Yeah, but the people on SNAP don't want your soda. You think
I don't
they
give
would.
a damn.
Oh,
I'm a taxpayer funding this. If the eventual goal is to make Americans more healthy, then you know what? Those that are using government funds to buy their foods, sure. Let's use the power of capitalism to force these companies to comply.
I'm never going to be on the side. You're masking with the companies. I'm saying even an individual, if you and I agree they legitimately need food stamps, they should have some choice. That's what America's about. You're saying it's about...
I think they shouldn't have the choice. They should not be allowed to use these products until these companies decide to offer the same products they're offering the rest of the world, a more healthy alternative. So essentially, force them to boycott because they're not going to get the governmental funding sending their way until they change themselves. And I think that's the approach here of holding, essentially SNAP benefits hostage for these companies until they comply and get on the same page with the rest of the world and make Americans healthy.
All right, that's I think this could go 50-50. We'll see. By the way, thanks to the attorney who sent me a 3-page printout. I'll put this in I already have 3 folders. I haven't even announced the company yet. All right. I did like the tax lawyer, Phil, said, don't say Dom Giordano Productions. Just say Giordano Productions. That's it. That's all you need.
I like that.
Yeah, I got a director's chair. I have
DG Productions.
DG Productions. DJG might be even better.
Ooh.
Yeah. All right, so...
but that means when you eventually pass it off to the kids, they don't have to change the name, right?
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Luke would have nothing to do with it. DJ would already be subverting the company and take it over in a hostile takeover move, is what I suspect.
Cool.
Yeah. Work with a reliable labor law poster company. Oh, my God, there are labor law poster companies. But thanks to the attorney who sent this over, I will keep this. Let me go to Gary in Newtown. I think Gary's been getting more. He might be the most fired up caller, Henry, of the last month. First, it was the Doge dollars that got him going. Now it's my support of Big Soda here. Let's go to Gary. Hey, Gary, good afternoon.
I got to tell you, thank God I don't suffer from high blood pressure, because I would have, between you and Dan in the last 30 seconds, I'm getting ready to lose it.
Well, I know why you are with Dan, because you're kind of keep government out of our lives. Dan, has gone off the path on the cereal companies get him crazy.
They anger me, Dom.
They do.
I'm just going to play this out for you. Ready? Honey, Gary, I need you to go to the store and go get me some organic broccoli, some red potatoes, and I need you to get an organic meat. So I do. I show up at this grocery store, and in the same parking lot that a person just parked in the handicap zone, gets out, walks perfectly, goes inside, grabs whatever junk food gets there. I happen to see her at the checkout sign. My bag is like $30. Her bag's like $30, but it's full of sodas and chips and Doritos. And then when we get out there, I don't have a cart. I just put the bag in, and I use a paper bag, not a plastic bag. She leaves the cart right there, and I say, hey, the cart bin is over there. And she looks at me, gives me the finger, and then drives off. I mean, that's what it drives me crazy.
All right, well, but Gary, let's break this down. See, come on, you're a reasonable guy. America's about choice. If someone wants to have a soda and they're on food, as long as it's legitimate, and again, I would say maybe better than a half should not be on food stamps, maybe even 3/4. It's an American value to say, yeah, they ought to be able to have a soda. Come on.
You have to have incentives. You of all people have to, this. You have to have incentives to get up off the couch. If you want a soda so bad, figure out a way to go to work. Figure out somebody that you can get in your family to get you a soda. Do something.
People waiting outside. Hey, can you get me a soda?
Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Take the recyclables and cash them in like they did on Seinfeld, and buy your own soda.
That's true. Gary's version of America. Oh, my God. All right, Gary, what is your side today that's as American as apple pie or more?
I'm going for a twofer.
Okay.
I'm going to go with the Star Spangled Banner, whether it's the original Betsy Ross flag or the lyrics. Both of them, the lyrics turn me to tears. It reminds me of the Patriot when he's coming around the corner holding the Star Spangled Banner, and he's coming across, and they're hold the line, and they just crush them. It just brings me to tears.
All right, thank you, Gary. Look, I don't particularly think the Star Spangled Banner should be our song. We go through that all the time.
Whoa, what?
It's not a well written. It's not a. You guys are you're more musical than I, Henry. Come on.
It's a banger. What are you talking about?
Oh, a banger. I bet most people would say, you're right, Dom, there's better songs.
I mean, there's no better way to start off a sporting event than
well,
that.
That's sports again, yeah. Well, but is that the song that is the most beautiful song, or is the most American, or is it kind of we've adopted it in a weird way, and that's it?
Here's Henry's version of the Star Spangled Banner.
Boy, I don't want to hear this.
By the way, yesterday was the anniversary of when that 12 or 13-year-old girl at the Portland Trailblazers game forgot the words as she was singing them, and Maurice Cheeks had to come and help her. She went back yesterday singing it as a 35-year-old.
Yeah.
And I was saying, please, don't forget. I don't know if they had the lyrics coming where she could see them. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure she remembered this time. It's tough being up there when you're 12 at a playoff game. Oh, man. Could you imagine the nerves?
Yeah, exactly. Well, anybody can forget the song at any point. Yeah. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Mark in Conshohocken. Hey, Mark, afternoon to you.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? Dom, all businesses are required to have the labor law posters. regardless of whether you have employees or not, only because you register your business and then, that's that. But your $108 includes updates.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Yeah. If the government passes a law that concerns, if it's a labor law, then
Yes.
those companies that you deal with, they have to send you updates of that poster. Let's say increase the minimum wage. They have to send you an update.
So you're saying to pay the $108?
Dom, it's a subscription. It's a guaranteed subscription for a whole year. It includes updates to your labor laws.
Well, that's not so compelling.
Mark, do you
to
work
me.
for this company?
Yeah, exactly, Mark. What kind
No,
of
I
business are
don't.
you? Yeah.
Dom, listen to me. I was an accounting manager, and I managed employee benefits for 13 years, okay? So believe me, I went through it every year, but it's required. There's nothing you can do about it.
All right, I will check it out now. I'm being more serious about it. I'm
No
looking
idea
at
what's going on.
I'm looking at the small print here, though, and my reading. You know who Dan should rule in this?
Yeah.
Got to get Linda Kearns to rule in
that's
this.
a good idea.
Yeah, Linda Kearns. Does this seem legit?
Get her a copy.
Now, she has her own law practice, or she's part of it. Does she have labor law up there? I
don't know. That's a good
If
question.
she's listening, Linda Kearns could definitely.
Linda, do you do labor law?
Yeah.
I'm sure she's listening. So
I'm sure she.
I thought it was
thinking,
text.
what else can I rule on that might be difficulty here? All right. 855-839-1210. What is more American or as American as apple pie?
She probably thinks I'm upset with WPHT.
Yeah, no.
I think I'm asking for myself.
Yeah, that's right. Say Dom's got this business and he needs a ruling right now.
Dom Giordano.
They're coming over there. Yeah. Oh my God, what great fodder for talk radio. Get on board on that. We're also the swatting thing yesterday. We got a lot of reaction to Nick Sorter being on. Nick Kale and Company this morning had Sean on talking
Crazy,
about
right?
being swatted. Joe Pagarulo, who is a brilliant talk radio host, he's conservative.
Yeah, I
but
heard that when I was walking by. Joe Pag's guy?
yeah, and he's not the type of guy. I mean, he's a deep conservative. Oh, that's mean. He's not the type of guy that's rabid or anything.
No.
He got swatted. He was at home with his wife and kids, I believe.
Okay, so because for Sorter, I get it because he's somewhat of an instigator. The way he chases people, lives a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to say I get it, but it
I know
makes
what you
at
mean.
least
Right.
somewhat sense. Farish, not much sense. He's a comedian, He does
exactly. He does Trump.
He does
Yeah.
Trump, and sometimes diminishes Trump too. But then Joe Pags, who is a guy who's not much of a S stirrer at all,
right,
to go after it's scary, man.
Well, the thing is, too, you and I were in unison on this. Pat Malloy, I won't say, I didn't bring him into this, but the police got to do a better job here, too. They just can't go off kicking in doors and all because these idiots are swatter. And Pam Bondi, even though today she did a really good thing around the issue of the Tesla burnings and all that, 20 years in jail, they already got a person. Okay. I think she's got to get on the swatting thing. I think they got to make a public example of these idiots. Is it that easy to do that they're getting away with this stuff? All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board right now with Dom.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We get up Sunday morning, we go grocery shopping. We're at Aldi. Thanks to Dawn Stenslin for the Aldi recommendation. It's a lifesaver. It's $5.97 for a carton of eggs, and it says limit 2. And my wife says, grab eggs for the girls. What do you mean for the girls? She goes, well, I'm going to make breakfast for all of them when I get. I said, so you're going to feed the neighborhood when eggs are $5.97 a carton? My head almost exploded. $5.97. Now she wants to feed everybody. Now all of a sudden we're Old Country Buffet.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. If you notice any wear and tear, mold, buckling, or peeling, that indicates your home is being exposed to the elements. Many people don't realize siding is not just for curb appeal, it also acts as a protective barrier against the harsh weather of all seasons. Whether you want fiber cement siding or vinyl siding, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding carries only the highest quality brands, such as James Hardie and CertainTeed. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding also goes the extra mile to work with you on the different styles and options that best fit your home, and they complete every project with care and precision. Experience the Chapman difference today. Call or text 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is Dom time. All right, Kash Patel on the job now rather than Bondi, just announcing they're going to go all out on the swatting stuff. And particularly, it's conservatives. The media would go nuts if they were doing it to the legacy media and others. Just in the last 24 hours, a lot of names gone after. And again, make an example. Put the money, put the resources, kick in the doors, get the people doing this. Take them to court, make a big deal out of it. Let's try to chill this a bit that you're not going to get away with it. So Kash Patel stepping in on this. Wanted to, and Dan, we've never talked about this. I used to like him. I saw a little bit of originality. Now the guy mainly attacks Trump, Bill Burr. But he's got a rift in the act that he does that's pretty interesting. He blames nerddom for ruling the world and bothering the rest of us, particularly with technology. They're always coming up with something else, and you got to comply with this. So Zuckerberg, Gates, Elon Musk, all these nerds. It used to be the guys running the world were more like Trump than they were. And it's the technology has, when you think of big businessmen in the past who were really successful, they were hard driving. Maybe they played on the football team he talks about. These guys are the real nerd element. Uh-oh. By the way, Dan, take a look. We got to get this on YouTube. We have a chance. Dr. Oz. Have you seen the change? He's got blonde hair now.
No, it's not blonde. It's gray.
I think that was kind of blonding going on there. Yeah,
gray.
blonding and gray. I didn't even know that was Dr. Oz. Wow. Testimony today being confirmed. So I think he's got a pretty good angle there. The people actually running the world now are much different. Is that a good thing? All right, 855.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, it's gray blonde. It's both. Yeah.
No, I'm saying it's a horrible idea that these guys are now these guys. They want to build freedom cities. Is their end goal?
They're maniacs.
They want to change into a socialist society that they run, that these technocrats run.
Gates is the worst.
And, well, not Elon's the worst, man. He's working next to Trump now, and they're essentially giving him a green light to do whatever the hell he wants to build his image of a new society. It's nuts that we're allowing Elon to have so much power, to be quite honest.
I don't know that he's doing that vis-a-vis the Trump stuff.
He's
though.
using
I get
Trump.
what you're saying.
He's using Trump.
But Democrats are mad.
Zuckerberg's bad. Gates is bad.
Gates
Bezos is terrible. No, Gates is just as bad as the other ones.
He's the worst because he wants to dampen the sun. I have to have a long talk with a guy trying to do that. Bezos is more interested in the girlfriend and money, though, Dan, I think, too. He's not he's got a lot of money. He's an oligarch, but he doesn't seem to want to get into our lives, although Amazon already has.
I implore individuals, listeners, to go look up Prospera, the city out in Honduras.
Right.
It's a smart city that was built out there. It's completely failing. It's the whole libertarian freedom.
Right.
It's essentially a company city, is what's happening here, and it's not good. No, I think we're organizing ourselves for a society, and there's a race to the top now as to who can have the most control, where corporations are taking a socialistic aspect of society and implementing on the citizens of America.
All right, 855-839-1210.
Maybe a little bit crazy. Maybe it's Friday.
No, that's fine. Well, I mean, I think that Burr's got a nice lane there that no other comedian's talking about, aside from the laziness of just going after Trump and saying the usual regurgitative stuff. Let's go to Bo in Levittown. Bo, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo.
Hey, Dom, that stuff, that's a fugazi. Just take those 3 pages the lawyer sent you, put them on your corkboard in your home office, and you're golden.
Okay.
You don't need a $108 subscription. You're going to have to pay enough figs as it is. Wolfie put in a $7 annual report tax now. That'll be due June 30th on your LLC. If you're in the city, you're going to have enough taxes. You're going to have taxes up the wazoo.
Well, Sherelle Parker says she's lowering my taxes. We'll see about. Do you ever see this, Bo, in Philadelphia? They say they're going to lower the city wage tax in the next 50 years by a 1/100th of a point, and war breaks out in city council. We can't do that.
It's insane. I have businesses in the city, and they have to stay there, man. But it's a big time shakedown.
Yeah,
they want their vig. From that standpoint, it's just crazy. You're going to have enough of those to pay, but just staple that up there and on your corkboard, and you're golden.
All right.
So, and always ask your tax preparer. It's all good. From that standpoint. Me. You could always email me, and I'll give you some free advice.
Well, thank you, Bo, very much.
Get it through my day.
Yeah.
So here's my answer. I got a couple of preludes. All right, before I get to it, it's in the you're in the fall. Best thing that Catholics invented was Saturday night mass. You get up the next day on Sunday, you do a quick 9 holes, you come home, you get your burgers or steaks or ribs ready, and then you turn on at 1 o'clock the Eagles playing the Cowboys or whomever. I would say like American is the NFL football league.
Absolutely.
The most Americans.
That is a great one. It's taken over for baseball, which used to reflect a particular time. It's gigantic. I mean, we're right down the hallway. Dan and I were talking, our buddies over at WIP. And this whole week, it's been like we're waiting for the nuclear missile crisis or something, what will happen, of who the Eagles will get or not get. And the other sports, it's like they're non-existent in Philadelphia. Other towns are baseball towns, sort of. I don't know of any basketball town where they exactly go. I guess they're hockey towns, Detroit maybe. But football is key. That is American. Yeah, they have, despite their own incompetency, people just want it. If you told people these guys can play 30 games a year, can you imagine? Let them play. Yeah, would love it. Let's get it out there. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hit me on that side question. We got that going on. And as I said, we heard from Guy Rushenthaler. It wasn't surprising on the inside that these senators are going to pass this continuing resolution. That is a big victory. I mean, that's really moving things along here. We'll see. He talked about sometime in May, they'll be ready to do the big, beautiful bill, which will be the tax cuts, et cetera, around it. We'll see, but nobody's answered yet, Dan. You were engaged over there with Dawn for a minute. I asked, today's about 50 days, roughly, and we're certainly going to mark the 100 days. What is the biggest thing that you were happy or unhappy about? And Henry, you had that one for a while. You got anything you're happy about?
He's on the phone right now.
Oh, he's on the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Dan?
With the Trump presidency?
Yeah, we're unhappy.
I'm unhappy with the role that Musk has.
Okay. Yeah, you made that clear. I'm unhappy with the tariffs. I don't see this being pointed enough, et cetera. And, I'm tired of, although E.J. Antoni the other day made a pretty good case, a lot of this is a correction due to Biden and the inflation part. But I still think the tariffs are driving part of this, although the market's doing pretty well today.
Thing I'm happy of is the ramping up of ICE.
Ramping up of ICE. Yeah, I have a number on that, too. In the first 50 days, now, these people saying, oh, yeah, ICE isn't doing well. They have taken criminal aliens off the street. The number I have is 38,000 plus that are, 32,809 criminal aliens have been rounded up already. That is a spectacular number in only 50 days. A big number. The next stage is going to be harder. By the way, obligatory, the U.S. bishop, his name is Stetz, in El Paso this weekend and subsequent weekends is going to be leading thousands of people to the border saying what America is doing is immoral. Can you imagine? It's immoral. And he's not even talking about rounding up people. Well, he said the threat of mass deportations is untenable, immoral, and demands a credible response. Well, Bishop, we've tried with this guy before. Why don't you come on the show? Monday, March 24th, downtown El Paso, a march and vigil are scheduled. This guy's mad and saying it's repugnant that people are questioning the money that the bishops got and how they spent that money. Bishops from the U.S., Mexico, and Canada will be in attendance. The bishop of El Paso leading this says, in recent days, I've lost friends who have chosen to self-deport back to immensely challenging conditions in their home country. The heart-wrenching pain coursing through our community is real. And again, this is immoral. You know what, Bishop? You have little standing with me, all right, for obvious reasons of what the Catholic Church has been involved in. If you want to say this is bad policy, if you want to say, can there be a more measured, but calling this immoral is outrageous. And yet, this is what we get by and large. There are a few bishops that we see that make the point, no, a country has a right to boundaries, borders, and what we're doing is not immoral. It's rational. All right, 855-839-1210 will get you on board a little bit later. Our TV guy, Neil Zorn, is back with us. And we hope to go to Sicily today. Hope you're getting information on the big trip. This is going to be spectacular. Italy always is, but the Godfather Tour and Sicily in one package. Really good. 855-839-1210.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Happy birthday to us. 2 surprises for you. 2 surprises from NordVPN. 2 surprises for you. Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN. We have a special birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. NordVPN is rated as excellent on PC Mag. Visit NordVPN.com and discover one of the most advanced VPNs in the world. What are the benefits? Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Receive alerts if your email address leaks to the dark web. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro tool. Encrypt your online traffic and browse with more peace of mind. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN. Cybersecurity built for every day.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley heading into the weekend. Clouds will give way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high 61. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible with a low 42. Saturday, some morning drizzle possible, otherwise mostly cloudy. It'll be milder with a high 65.
Join Best Work Industries for the Blind for a Dining in the Dark experience October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Expand your appreciation of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and vision. Come support a great cause. Visit bestworkindustries.org to learn more and register.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. On Twitter, great response. Rodeo is a good answer for something uniquely American. And Dan, I'm trying to remember where it was over in Montgomery County. For a charitable group, I had to do halftime entertainment at a rodeo. It was sort of a halftime. I don't even know what I said. I tried to say, what the heck am I going to say up there? And you're in a giant thing looking down on these people with all kinds of animals running around. It was a halftime. That's what they told me.
Were you a rodeo clown?
No. Oh, my God. Please don't give them any ideas.
We can make them happen.
A rodeo clown, yeah.
Do like a stand-up set?
Yeah, like a stand-up type of thing.
Did you jump into a barrel?
Yeah. Funny thing happened to me on the way to the rodeo. Imagine writing the lines for this stuff. Let's get busy. So, rodeo, when you see it up close, is pretty amazing that they're able to do any of this stuff. Yeah, exactly. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. Waiting today, too, to see the Senate vote. It looks like a fait accompli that this is going to go through. We're not going to have a shutdown, and maybe some things partially, but not a real shutdown, and we're going to move forward to the big battle. David in California, though, is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, David.
Yeah, I kind of think, what you're calling violence is the result of a rich bully, actually a couple of rich bullies that have taken over America's. They're having their fun on the taxpayer's dime, and then when people complain about it, you're the one that's going to protect the rich bully. So just look on the WPHT front page of the website, the news stories of the day. Trump and Doge are going to fire postal workers. They're going to fire 10,000 of them, right? And just yesterday, Doge, or 2 days ago, Doge decided to cut off the telephone service for Social Security. Well, luckily enough, that got saved.
Okay, but
how many
let's go back to the first one. Okay,
angry people.
right. Let's go back to the 10,000 postal workers. That's over a period of time. Shouldn't the proposition be, do we need those 10,000 postal workers?
Well, if you're going to cut off Social Security telephones, then everybody's going to have to do stuff by mail, and then their mail is not going to get through. So that's not very efficient.
Well,
now, I'm calling you from California,
yes.
3,000 miles away. I think the telephone is pretty efficient. Now, why did Doge think that telephones are not efficient?
Wait a minute, David. I'm trying
phony.
to go back to the postal workers here, which I have more information on. It's an agreement. It will save a lot of money. It's phased out over a course of time. You didn't want to answer, do we need those 10,000 postal workers?
Answer.
And what's your answer?
I did answer.
And what's your answer?
If Doge wants us to go to things other than telephones, then that's going to demand more paper.
Okay. All right. We're going to go back to melding the two things together. Look, it's almost impossible to keep up with every one of these initiatives. And we've already said, and I've already said, particularly when it's around cancer research or the FAA, they need to appoint someone that's going to explain what they're doing and or talk to the president if this appears to be they've hit a tripwire here that's unnecessary. And that's happened. So that it doesn't go on for a day or so, causing some degree of damage. That's a way to handle this. But as far as the 10,000 people at the post office, I think it's an ill-run organization. I'm tired of seeing all the postal ads over the years. Is Postal Service well-run? I'd say no. Should they run it more like a business? That's what the argument is. Seinfeld, it may have been yesterday, had one of the classics where Kramer didn't want mail anymore. Postal worker Newman. And all went into it. You know, is it really well run? Can you make that argument? We get the argument, maybe David, just think where we'd be without the post office. Okay, I get that. Pam Bundy speaking again today, talking about sanctuary cities, moving on them. Kash Patel putting people in charge of investigating all these swatting, but no one has called in. And Dan and I were both on the same page, I think, with this. We talked to, at least he emailed me, Pat Malloy. Are the police departments not savvy to this stuff? Should they not be taking some kind of measures that would eliminate more of this? Is it not suspicious when it's always 2 o'clock in the morning, engage in this stuff? In the case of Nick Sorter, he told me they did kick in. They hit the back and front door at the same time. So I'd love to hear the tapes. This is what I would like Patel to do. Let's put some of these tapes out there of what we're hearing. And then I can assess, are the police not listening to this stuff? Does it sound like they're reading from a script? Does it sound like this is legit? They're really doing that always at 2 o'clock in the morning? In other words, they need to do better. And he's talking about a nationwide effort to make a poster boy out of one of these people, swatting people. Maximum sentence. Move it to, this is a top priority. Somebody's going to get killed in this. As far as the Tesla thing, there's going to be another protest in Bucks County. Told you about yesterday. I think it's a week from tomorrow around this. Now, they weren't violent the last time, but there's enough violence there that they brought someone in, Pam Bondi talking about it, possible 20-year sentence. This has become a thing, even people that have a Tesla. Look, the cars are not for me. I don't like the look of the car. I don't like the look of the truck. I'm not enamored with this whole thing. And the electric vehicle is a pain. I'm not going to go down that. But isn't that what the left wanted? The main thing to me with a car is freedom. It just sits there waiting for my command to jump in. I don't want anything that's too complicated to think about it with it. Dan, have you ever seen a Tesla? It's all apparently computer driven in one form or another. Have you ever been in the cockpit of a Tesla?
It's amazing. It's like a completely different experience from any other car.
All right, but does that make you believe, as it does me, something more can go wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt. And there's a big debate in the car community right now over because the new Chevy Traverse, if you look at the Traverse, it's one of the biggest screens on the market because it spans across almost the entire dashboard of a screen. It's beautiful. But Traverse, some others, they're opting out of doing physical buttons for the air conditioning or unlocking doors and such, and they're putting it, computerizing it. Traverse, not as much as some other cars, but there are a lot of Hyundais and Kias, they're electric vehicles, and there's a lot of debate, and some car companies are now promoting the fact that they're moving back to physical knobs for air conditioning and other
Yes, good. I mean, again, the type of stuff, that's so convenient. As soon as I hear that, how's more convenient? Turn on, turn off. It's right in front of me.
Well, the biggest thing is it safe? Because when you think about it, when you got a screen like the Tesla, you got to navigate to the air settings and then, put your setting rather than just turning a knob.
Right. And also, if this catches on fire, we know what happens.
Yep.
And then burns forever.
If the screen's out, then everything's out. You can't use your car at all.
I don't know how it was that successful. How was Tesla it's worldwide? They seem to have made inroads. Is it Europe, whatever? In America, is it that successful? That many people? We hear all the time people will not buy electric vehicles. So how is Tesla this successful?
Tesla righted things at their time. When Teslas came out, there was a yearning for updates in the car community. Things have gotten very stale. Things were really stale.
Okay.
Tesla comes along, really ignites the EV conversation, switches it to a lot of technological conversations. So at the time, I do think it was revolutionary and special. But now you look back, it's like, everything else is doing.
Are they getting a lot of government subsidy?
What's that?
Are they getting a lot of government subsidy?
That's a good question as well.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, our buddy Neil Zorn back with us. A lot happening on TV. We'll give you a few good picks. I'm out of them, so I need some help here. There's nothing right now I'm overwhelmed with on TV. We'll see if we can give you a couple. Take your calls, and a little bit later, hopefully go to Sicily. Here with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Let me tell you, though, about Dr. Bentz. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing called dentophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this. And over the years, I've seen how he treats this. Patients, one patient at a time, come in with a full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. Dr. Bentz and his great staff work with them every step of the way, slowly but surely moving them away from that fear. Now, you may not even call it fear. You may say, I just don't like it, that kind of thing. All right, I get that. In other words, what they're doing here is upgrading that experience, so that you don't dread it. You're not counting down the days, or that you're not very fearful. So it doesn't matter, that level of fear. Little fearful, maybe a bit anxious. You can count on Dr. Bentz and his staff for a pleasant dental experience. My dentist for 10 years. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of maybe that dental work you've been putting off, and finally get the smile that you've always wanted. It's all there. It's Bentz, B-E-N-T-Z, dentalgroup.com. Get that initial evaluation, 610-272-6949.
Oh, mornings. Some people love them.
Okay, you have everything for your math test. And Mom, you have my lunch.
Some people hate them.
Everybody get in the car. Go, go, go.
We've all got to do them. Good thing Wawa's up and ready for you every morning. With fresh coffee, hot sizzlies, and fast, friendly service to keep your morning moving right along. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Why settle for any meal deal when you can have one you really want? Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any Sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size and flavor hot or iced coffee, plus a hash brown, all for just $5. Now featuring our new French Toast Sizzly. It's the $5 Big Breakfast Deal, and Wawa made it big just for you. Big taste, big value. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, he's back. Mr. Neil Zorn back with us. We'll get a couple of things here and then break down some of the changes we've seen, TV news. But what are we watching? What's a good thing to maybe move toward this weekend? I'm fresh out. Dan, what's your big idea?
Don't watch Running Point on Netflix. It's an absolutely terrible show that they're trying to steal the vibe of Ted Lasso, and Mindy Kaling cannot write comedy worth anything. Sorry.
Shocking. Yeah, she was really good on The Office, and she was a writer there.
Was she, though?
I thought she was a good character. All right. Henry?
I've been watching Severance, and it's fantastic.
Season 2?
I just started Season 2 last night.
Plot of Severance?
Oh, boy. I tried explaining this to someone last night, too.
Maybe Neil should.
Yeah, maybe Neil should.
Okay,
maybe
let's
Neil's
go to
the better
Mr. Neil Zorn.
person to explain
Mr. Neil Zorn, welcome back. Neil, it's a test. Can you explain in 30 words or less the plot of Season 2 of Severance?
Well, it's a plot of Severance in general. So in Severance, there's a big company, a big corporation, and everybody who works for the corporation is an innie and an outie, and it's not based on navels. It is that your brain. You have a chip put in your brain, so that you only remember what happens at work when you're at work, and you have a different life outside. Actually, as a different person. You even have a different identity. You might look alike, but you have a different name. You have a different lifestyle. And you don't, and so the person when they're outside of work doesn't remember anything about work. They're severed. Their brain is severed from that.
Hold on, is this something that we can implement on Dom Giordano for Roe?
Yeah.
Can we bring this to real life? Because I think Roe might want to, sever their work life.
You're not going to sever that brain right there. Try it. Start cutting. Come on. Yeah.
Well, actually, I did that when I worked in other things at other companies. I was always involved. When I retired and wanted a job for after work, I wanted a job that I didn't have to take with me. So not this one, but the one I do from 4:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock every day is a mindless job for that reason. So anyway, there's a lot of inner working in the plot because obviously people get out. They figure out what's happening. They try to combat it. There's also an agent trying to lure people to know who their innies and outies are. There's a woman wonderfully played by Patricia Arquette, who's a spy. So she acts like she is everybody's friend, landlady, a confidant, and she's really the biggest spy for the company. So what you're watching is an intrigue about the innies and outies and and how much the company is going to go after somebody or how much somebody's going to get away from the company. And the more you watch it, the more interesting it becomes. When I first saw it, I had to get in. When I first saw season 1, I had to get into this, frankly, the ins and outs of it all and figure out the characters and what they were doing. By season 2, you're entrenched in that because you're 8 episodes in from season 1, and now you can go 8 episodes in for season 2, and so it's become even more intriguing. It's become more intense. The idea of what is done with the mind and what is done and what a corporation can have you do versus what you do to either combat it or they do to keep you from combating it becomes a great game and becomes a fantastic thing to watch on television. I think that's what we're talking about, is that as the show progressed, it got better.
Okay.
And I think season 2 is already better than season 1, partially because we know what the ins and outs of it. Again, no pun intended, but also because of the intrigues and the spying within the spying, people trying to escape, the company trying to keep people in, a chip putting in here, somebody almost seemingly coming back to life there. It becomes a fascinating show. And so, how much do you want to stay severed from what you're doing? I mean, how much can somebody sever you is the issue. And the way they plot it out is great. And Adam Scott is great. And there's just a lot of good acting in it. Superstar Arquette I mentioned before.
Yeah. Okay.
You have Christopher Walken in it. You have a lot of recognizable stars in it.
Seems like something we might want to give a shot. So, Neil, since we've last talked, which has been a while, there's been a lot of stuff going on with TV news. The only thing is, though, it used to be when Lester Holt has moved out there, for example, it was, I remember Peter Jennings I remember Rather and all. It was a big story. I'm amazed that they still even have the audience that they have. What keeps 6:30 national TV news going? I don't know what it is.
Well, first of all, I think of all the newscasts, even though it's not fair, it's biased too, but it's biased more in the introduction to news stories, I think, than in the telling of the news stories as opposed to other newscasts, and especially cable news. So I do think the 6:30 News is the handiest general digest the American public has to watch on television to see some of what's happened that day. I mean, before they get into their feature stories where they're going to go into something that has a nice title like America Today, and it's going to be whatever propaganda they want to spread. But in general, the 6:30 Newses are good. And the 6:30 News anchor was usually the face of the station.
Yeah.
There are no news stars anymore. Like even locally, only Yuki Washington is actually a news star, and that's because of his longevity, not because he's at Channel 3. And same thing on national news. But the changing of the guard is interesting that it's happening all at once, because what I'm seeing is also a change in the attitude of the news. You're seeing a change in news executives too. And for instance, I watched the inauguration on ABC, which surprised me because I hate ABC. It's my least favorite of the stations. But Norah O'Donnell and especially Gayle King pushed me away from CBS. I couldn't stand Savannah Guthrie on NBC. And I was surprised as I'm watching how little commentary there was, how as opposed to CBS and NBC, ABC was just reporting the news. And then I found out that it was a directive that was sent that said, let's keep everything neutral. Let's not comment. Let's just say this person's entering. Let's not do that. And that is a change for news in a sense because it's been so biased and so opinionated. Yes, they can come back later, like David Muir came back later at 10 o'clock that night and said we want to say. But while we were watching the inauguration, it wasn't the same thing as on CBS where they interrupted Amy Klobuchar's speech. Which everything of Amy Klobuchar, she did make the best speech that day. So when you're changing news people, and when MSNBC, the worst of all stations, is actually getting rid of people and juggling people and looking for more neutrality, I think you're seeing a change in news, and I also think you're seeing better people in there. I like Lester Holt, but Lester Holt again drank the Kool-Aid. I'm going back now to watch Tom Yamas, who's taking over for him this summer, to see what his reports were, especially when he does the Tom Yamas Today or whatever his spot is called, Top Story with Tom Yamas, I think it is. I want to see whether he puts spin on things. Norah O'Donnell is gone, and you have the more journalistic John Dickerson and the younger more featurey Maurice Dubois in there, but he's not as doctrinaire as O'Donnell was, or as especially Margaret Brennan is on Face the Nation. So I think some of these changes are interesting because to me it looks like they're going back to more of a dragnet news, facts, ma'am, just the facts.
Yeah, gotcha.
And less. And leaving, I mean, MSNBC is always going to be, quote, the disloyal opposition. Fox is always going to be what it is. But Fox is thriving. Fox has twice the audience together
It is stunning. So, Neil, a lot more to catch up on. Until the next time, where did we find Neil Zorn? Where's the best place?
The best place is to the Delaware County Daily Times and related newspapers.
Thank you, Neil. We'll talk with you soon.
Thanks, Tom.
Neil Zorn here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in. Got Dom's Money Melody. We decide the $50 gift card to the Great Gallows up there on the Boulevard in Northeast Philadelphia for the winner of the week on the side question. We already have a side question we'll tell you at the end of the show for Monday, so you can be thinking of your best answer, a whole weekend to ponder. But the story today that I wanted to go back to, I mentioned it, then we had the guest on. 60% of Democrats, brand new poll, say they agree with Newsom somewhat or very much that trans people in girls' sports is unfair. Is this something to be worried about? They're tricking us. We'll get into that next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hi, it's John Ashow, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
An American Heritage Cash Reward MasterCard helps you tackle that to-do list. Get up to 3% cash back at home improvement stores, groceries, and pharmacies. And when the chores are done, treat yourself to a well-deserved vacation, earning 2% cash back on travel, hotels, and ride shares, and 1% on everything else you buy, including online purchases. Apply today at AmericanHeritageCU.org/credit cards. Subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender.
Hey, it's big. Rob Schmidt recently beat CNN in key ratings, as millions are tuning into Newsmax. Every night, Rob Schmidt is on Newsmax, revealing the truth about Elon Musk's Doge. Tune in tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern and find out why Rob is the hottest person in cable news. Even President Trump is watching, and he says Newsmax is terrific. Reuters Institute reports that Newsmax is now one of the top news brands in America. Find out why. Just check out Newsmax on your cable system. Get Rob Schmidt with Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and much more. Download the free Newsmax app on your smartphone or home TV to start watching. It takes just seconds. With Newsmax Plus, you can watch our great shows anytime. Go to newsmaxplus.com and start your free trial. That's newsmaxplus.com. Make the switch to Newsmax today.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I
actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. By the way, we're just talking to Neil Zorn about TV news, Dan, and you made this point, and I'm in agreement with it. Is it worth it, Fox and all these others? I'm looking at the one reporter they had there. They had this former detective that they often use, Ted Williams, on Fox and Friends this morning in the Dominican Republic talking about this disappearance. And it's breathless, the coverage almost, even on Fox. I'm not saying we shouldn't care, but we've been through this before in news. How do they seize upon a story that captures the attention? Natalie Holloway was one. Who was it that was kidnapped? It went on forever nationwide. That people, they must know, they have to know their business. That amount of coverage with all that's going on in the world is something you're spending all that money, resources, and time to be updating people on. The Gabby story went on forever. I would liken it to snow, people, or weather. People say they don't want it. These news stations, particularly locally, do it.
It's meaty.
They know they're a business that people really do want it.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Or reporters just wanting to go down to.
Well, I thought that was another part you said. I guess they have to pick. Now they have two guys there. They have the reporter and they have Williams, who's not even a full timer
Look at
there.
him in his, polo shirt. He looks like he's
exactly
with
the beach.
Yeah.
And I saw his report this morning, and Brian Kilmeade's going like, "Oh my God, can we get out of this? Thank you." It was like 40 seconds into it. We spent all this money, and we're going to Dominican Republic. Interpol issues worldwide. All right. Wanted to play you Stephen Colbert last night, and we talked about this throughout the show a little bit with the attacks on Tesla. Now, he must have conferred with the CBS Law Department. He kind of says that. But if we engage in something like this, there would be a problem. All right? He doesn't overtly say violence against Elon Musk is deserved. It's all jokey about this. I'm not saying it. I wouldn't be surprised if someone sues under this, though. All right, here's Colbert last night telling us, essentially, yeah, I get it, why you want to burn this guy's business down. Here's Colbert.
Trump is not destroying everything we love all on his own. He's getting a big assist from Tesla CEO and guest at the White Lotus undressing that corpse with his eyes, Elon Musk. That has led a lot of protests around the country at Tesla dealerships. Now, I want to be clear. I do not condone violence or vandalism of any kind. That is a deeply held belief of mine that comes from the bottom of my CBS legal department. With that in mind, I find it interesting that there's a growing trend of cyber trucks being vandalized and used as skate ramps or covered in garbage. To be fair, that might not be vandalism. That might just be a simple mistake because they do look a lot like a dumpster. Tesla owners are facing backlash everywhere they go. Recently, somebody stole the wheels from every single Tesla in a Texas parking lot. Whoever did it, I do not condone this, but I do appreciate your tireless efforts. What's this?
The multimedia marketplace.
The Nobel Prize for puns. Thank you so much. We got a great show for you.
All right, so let's break that down. It's skirting the edges there. You are calling for this. They're laughing about it. They're mocking about it. It's no big deal. You can do it to this guy. Now, Elon Musk, there are problems with. I've said this before. Dan and I were talking about it earlier. Some of the stuff here with the nerd thing and all that, and there have been some mistakes made. But this guy used to be vaguely seen as on the Democrat side of things, and certainly the biggest in the world electric car company, you would think that would be cheered. Now you're seeing increasing efforts to condone. We just had a guy call from California. He wasn't talking about Tesla, trying to tell us, well, what do you expect people to believe here? What do you want them to do? He's firing federal employees, so people have the right to riot, to attack, to engage in all this stuff. It's an old thing that we hear it all the time. So Pam Bondi today talked about 20 years. They have somebody in custody who apparently, and here's the thing, we're trying to get this researcher on who has actually drilled down more than just the information I have, but it's pretty clear that various groups are organizing this, whether they're paid protesters, agents provocateur or not. The same people, maybe even more violent, that go to the town hall for Republicans. There was one with this congressman who had a lot of difficulty with a town hall in North Carolina just in the last couple of days. I'm still supportive of Republicans doing town halls. But when a guy started up and started cursing, they immediately had cops that were security and they took him out of there. That's what you do. But this is a real threat. Now, calling this domestic terrorism, it is, but that's, a talk radio term. As a legal term, I'm not sure if you can go after this in the same way. I think it needs more mechanism put into play to be able to charge them with something else, and certainly with conspiracy here that's going on. So there's going to be one of these protests here in our area, Warrington, I believe next Saturday, that I might go to and get some sound from the people there. And they don't care. They want to ruin this guy. Colbert there laughing about all this and then lecturing us, usually, about violence, about people going after all this. So we got two big things here. We have the attacks on Tesla, either charging stations or Tesla dealers. And we have the swatting that went on. The swatting is far more serious in various ways, targeting individuals and their families, sometimes just the family that's home. And I just think somebody's got to be asking the police, what the hell are you doing here? I think the police certainly have to respond to stuff. But I think they have to analyze this stuff more and be more cautious. Call the house. Tell them what you're hearing about. Then assess it. As you're going there, are police doing that? And we're told by one that we really respect that he should be doing that, and they would do it. Are police doing that? Calling a house. I didn't ask Nick Sorter that, Dan. I wish I had. It seemed to be right that they didn't in that case. Remember yesterday when we had him on, he would have told us they called my father or whatever. They just showed up at 2 o'clock in the morning, breaking in the back door and the front door. Well, you do that. What do you think is going to happen here ultimately? This is the America we're facing here. And the swatting, to me, is even worse. This is just picking on individuals that might have nothing to do with anything. And it's a tactic that seems to be organized. And what you have to do is we have to appoint people that do nothing else, ferret these people out, nail them, publicize them, go after the most severe penalty that you can. All right, 855-839-1210. One other thing, too. We want to get you in, then Dom's Money Melody. This poll that's kind of a snap poll out today, this Echelon group. 60% of self-identified Democrats in the poll of the 457 Democratic or Democratic-leaning respondents, which is a poll number, that's about what you're going to get, indicated they either somewhat or strongly agreed with Newsom when he said in the podcast with Charlie Kirk that biological men who identify as women competing in women's sports is deeply unfair, deeply unfair. So is that, for some people, clutching pearls here? Is that something, they're all in this together, the pollsters, the media, they're trying to trick us? No, it tells us we're winning. We are winning on this issue. Slowly but surely, the issue is an incredible winner. Vast numbers of people agree. They want to know who would be on the other side. And people that don't pay attention to politics, they agree. It gets them more involved. By the way, today, an example of the civil war going on in the Democrat Party, Nancy Pelosi at a news conference with Schumer there. trying to tell Democratic senators they should vote to shut down the government. Don't vote for this continuing resolution. You're starting to see a lack of unity there, which is shocking for Democrats, really. You just don't see that. But on this, 60% self-described say no. That number is up from what it used to be. The more it gets played, the more this goes on, the bigger political loser it is. All right, right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, we are playing again. A big $50 gift card to Burger King. Coke Zero makes every meal better with the real Coke taste that you love, but with more zero sugar. Now available at participating U.S. Burger King restaurants. Okay, Dan.
Dom, this guy's becoming one of my favorites to use on Money Melody. I don't know why, but this individual, huge in the late 90s, early 2000s, one of the biggest rock acts near the end of his fame. Now back with the band, but broke up with the band for a while. At the end of his fame, performed at the Ford 400 in November 2005 NASCAR race, Dom, and it didn't go so well. I want to know if the audience can tell me if they recognize his very, very well-known voice performing the national anthem not well. Tell me who's singing it, Dom, and they'll win the prize. Take a listen. We want to know who that voice is, Dom. Who is that voice?
Wow. That is not Roseanne Barr singing
no,
it.
It isn't.
But at least she was joking. This guy, man.
And this guy's known for having a pretty good voice. I mean, in the realm of rock, yeah.
He's got a distinctive voice.
Do you have a couple beverages before that? Or?
My God.
Wouldn't surprise me with this guy.
All right, somebody said Star Spangled Banner. It's not my song for this, too. It's not easy to do. I don't think it fit. But anyhow, that's a bad rendition.
Seagulls, that Star Spangled Banner.
That noise you just made is often used to imitate and make fun of this guy when he sings. Yeah.
All right, 855-839-1210. But here's the good side. Hit us with the winner, and you're going off to Burger King. Later on this hour, we'll award the $50 gift card for Gallows to the winner of the week on the side question. Getting on that, too, on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer
of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/us-DOE.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseballs and Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape of their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, so the side question today, thanks to Minnie, is pie, apple pie, something more American or as American as that, and Dan's spin-off of it, involving the singing of the Star-Spangled Banner really badly.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Yeah, take a listen, Dom.
And bright stars through the perilous
How long is this song?
fight. Oh, the ramparts will.
The best part is this: as they pan to the NASCAR drivers, there's tears in their eyes, and the tears are coming down. But
oh my goodness! Yeah, they're thinking, can we get out of here? Let's go to John in Delaware. All right, John, who's singing that?
That would be Scott Stapp of Creed.
Yeah, yes. Why is Creed down the hall? Our buddies at WIP every day at 5:30. They do the Creed watch. Why is Creed so big, John? You seem to know something about it.
I know that I don't like Creed. That's all I know.
That's good. All right, but you knew it enough. They help you get a burger.
Not my bag of tea.
All right, I got you. $50 gift card. Dan, anything to add to that?
I think Creed's become the Nickelodeon of music. Remember Nickelodeon about 5 to 10 years ago? There was such a huge... There's shirts made. Hey Arnold came back. The Rugrats. And there's just such a nostalgia for it that I think that's what's happening now is it's just, member berries. South Park did a whole episode on it. And they were never... they obviously sold tons of records, and there's crazy, they're crazy popular back in the 2000s, but they weren't better than Pearl Jam or any of the, much better, more musically inclined bands. But I think there's just a strong nostalgia for them, and they're touring back with Scott Stapp as the lead singer. And as you said, Spike Eskin loves that Creed break.
Yeah. I think it goes back to that one Thanksgiving halftime performance they had. I think people look at that one, they go, man, what a performance, what a band. Because you don't really get that out of too many halftime performances anymore. So people look back on it,
that's a good
nostalgically.
point. Like besides Foo Fighters,
berries.
who else broke as big into the mainstream as Creed did?
Yeah.
All right, then. They made their way into the Dom's Money Melody. That's always good. All right, good news to me, and I'm just looking at this on my screen as it just came down, that immigration officials have now arrested a second person taken into custody for the, anti-Semitic. The Inquirer says pro-Palestinian anti-Semitic mobs at Columbia University. Likapa Cordia, Palestinian from the West Bank, arrested for overstaying her student visa. So now we're going to hear about her First Amendment right. She overstayed the student visa, right? She shouldn't be here. She's going to be removed. She was previously arrested for her involvement in protest at Columbia in April of 2024. A year later, still here, overstaying the visa. Another guy, Ranjani Sivarazvan, an Indian citizen and doctoral student, on March 5th was arrested for advocating for violence and terrorism. On Tuesday, he said he would self-deport. That's good. So we're seeing that ICE and the Trump administration is following through on this. It takes a lot. The colleges don't want to help. Columbia doesn't want to help identify. I think they took this person out of Columbia, taxpayer funded potentially in some way or another, housing. And now the second, this one's clear, overstaying the visa. You can't be here. particularly with the rest of this. But you're going to hear the same stories about the original guy that we've been talking about, Mahmoud. He is being imprisoned. Aren't we the land of free speech? And we've been through this so many times. He is violative of statutes, I believe, and he's also taking actions. He's also anti-Semitic based upon all the reports we have. He's also, I believe, wanting to destroy Western civilization and women, diminish women. Why in the world would you want to come here? Well, it seems like, although not a terrorist physical violence, although there's some of that, the reason is to attack America. That's what it's about. Democrats, though, want to die on this hill also. It's just like the trans issue. It's going to continue, and there are going to be more of these people removed at Columbia. I think the stat of the week, I'm speaking to a big group this afternoon, and I have that on my 25 talking points. I don't know if that'll be enough or not. Half of the students, new students at Columbia, year over year, are from foreign countries. Okay, why? There's not enough Americans to go to this prestigious school? Well, they pay full tuition. That's the reason why. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. And Columbia is going to have to step up even more. They're going to lose even more money. Why were they getting $400 million? Ridiculous. These two stories, though, that are out there right now are ones that Democrats will not give it up on, even though that poll I told you, 60% of self-described Democrats, there's only one poll, there'll be more, agree with Newsom, this is unfair. Why would the leadership not in unison speak out on that? Well, Newsom is a bit slicker. Charlie Kirk, by the way, gave an interview in which he talked about the charisma of Newsom. And he said he believes this guy wants to be president more than any human being out there, driven to do that. I would agree. But I think in defense, that's what you want to, that's what you have to do. If you want to be president, this idea, oh, I really didn't want to do it, I'll do it for the country and all that. Look, being president for Trump or Newsom or anybody else, that's the greatest thing that you can be. There are plenty of, well, not plenty, but there are a lot of billionaires. There's a lot of people with a lot of money that can go and play golf all day and do whatever. There's only one president. There is nothing like it. I maintain that. I get it. I know it's hard for a lot of people. They think, why would you want that? Oh, my God, the headaches. You got to be kidding me. Just think of the ability in your mind to change the country for good. Think of the history. Think of what you can do if you're president, particularly if you're an activist president, as we're seeing. There's nothing like it. You can have billions of dollars. You can't buy it. We've seen Bloomberg. Bloomberg could spend $20 billion, $50 billion. I don't even know if he got a delegate when he ran. Let's go to Bill in Bucks. And Bill is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hi there, Dom, Dan.
Hi, Bill.
Henri.
Yep.
I just wanted to make a correction that the Tesla dealership that's going to be demonstrated at next Saturday, that would be the 22nd, is located on York Road in Warminster, Bucks County.
Oh, it's Warminster. All right. Is there?
Yeah.
Was it previously? All right, Warminster.
That's the only one in the whole county.
Okay.
And they got loads of cars there. And they had a demonstration there about 2 weeks ago out there, you know, with send Elon to Mars, blah, blah, blah signs and, you know, all that. So.
Yeah, we haven't seen any violence there, to be fair.
No, there was no violence.
I'm kind
It
of
was the
surprised,
people.
though. Would it be expecting too much? Is this not something you would consider, that there be a Republican or a pro-Trump counter-protest?
Well, I haven't heard anything from the Kitchen Table Patriots or a couple other MAGA groups out here. You know, there's several, as you know, Washington, Swatting Park, and all the, you know, all those out there. So I haven't heard anything yet, but I'm going to text a few people and ask them if they're going to do anything, or if they know.
That would be a good idea. No, it's time to do something like that. All right, Bill, what's your side answer?
Oh, the American Pie. Yeah. Don McLean, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, J.R. Richardson. DBA doing business as the Big Bopper.
All right. I like the song a lot. I think Dan, you got him on once. Or he was scheduled to be on. No, Don McLean did come on.
Yeah, he came on.
It was like a year or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe a year. It was the summertime. I was at Mulligan's, I think. I remember it. He led off the show or something. For some reason.
Yeah, why
good
was he
guy.
on? I don't even remember.
Yeah, he was going to be in the area or anniversary. Yeah, it was a good guy. I mean, he was easy to talk with. No Quentin Tarantino, but yeah. All right. 855-838-9210. You got in. So
I'll call him.
We have two Columbia University residences that ICE is on the job.
That was. I'm sorry, just for some Dom show history, because it's all come back to me. We had Don McLean, right?
Yes.
Call in when we were at Mulligan's.
Yes.
Remember Anthony Wolf from Burning Sky? We had Burning Sky up
that's
there.
right. Yep.
We had Bad Company cover band, and remember they played a song.
From Don McLean?
From Don McLean for Don McLean.
There was a lot of unusual music played there at Mulligan's.
Awesome time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, but I think he led off the show. He said, should we put him on at noon? I think he did. Okay. So more protesters at Columbia today, more arguing they're going to go back and occupy Trump Tower again. And you're going to see more of this play out. They're not going to stop, and Columbia is not going to stop them. ICE is, though. They're taking out people who should not be in this country. This one's even clear. What's the defense of someone overstaying their visa? Well, come on. They just overstayed. Well, get a new visa or you have to leave. All right. Yeah, that's a part of the song I really like. All right. We'll get to some more calls to something. I see some really good answers. Something that is truly America, Americana, coming up next on Talk Radio 1210. Let me tell you first, though, if you're looking for a natural, that's the key, natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. It supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, radio listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. So don't miss out on this exclusive deal. It will not last long. Go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy. That's MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with this great buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind.
A milder air mass returns to the Delaware Valley heading into the weekend. Clouds will give way to some sunshine this afternoon with a high 61. Tonight, mostly cloudy, some drizzle possible with a low 42. Saturday, some morning drizzle possible, otherwise mostly cloudy. It'll be milder with a high 65.
Join Best Work Industries for the Blind for a Dining in the Dark experience October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Expand your appreciation of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and vision. Come support a great cause. Visit bestworkindustries.org to learn more and register.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Does your current trophy wife want a life insurance policy 3 times the size of your previous mistakes? Relax and call Big Lou at Term Provider. Big Lou says if you're in your 50s, even a bit porky, a $1 million term life policy should only cost about $200 to $300 per month. Call Big Lou at 800-529-2856. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He likes trophies, too. For affordable life insurance, call 800-529-2856.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money,
Listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Come fly with me, let's fly away. If you can use...
All right, Dom Giordano Show. A couple of quick things, Dan. We have to get them back on here. Is it the Trump administration? Let's see. Is it the Trump administration? Oh, I thought it was the Jersey people. Let's see. They're investigating 45 universities, and I think it's in Jersey, for racial difficulties. I'm still waiting for the Jersey Doge people to strike. Yeah, they're investigating Rutgers, 44 other universities for alleged racial discrimination. And he mixes in here something about Doge, too, involved with that. But the young woman who made national news, we played it on YouTube quite a bit, in Virginia, their track championship. It was a relay race, allegedly bashing. It looks pretty clear to me that she did. She and her parents are held a rally to support her, to support this type of stuff.
What?
Yes. I just saw it. Henry, you have more on that?
They're living in a world of delusion.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like a Joe Walsh song, Life of Delusion, not illusion.
What do they have, like a GoFundMe?
I didn't see the GoFundMe yet. I'm looking for that. I'll let you know if I see it here. But this is a rally. Look,
Henry, say you're sorry. The lawsuit will probably go away.
Yeah, exactly. They still refuse to do that. Now it's gone too far. I'm glad they charged her around this. But again, I've seen the interviews that she did.
Yeah.
She was the victim and all. She's been emboldened, my read on this whole family. They've been emboldened to do what they want. She clearly whacked this guy. There's no other way of seeing this. So that's exactly what she did.
She makes the argument like, no, I changed my running. I started running up here above my shoulders. My arms are above my shoulders when I run now.
Exactly.
No, it just so happened that you whacked her in the head, and then you went, oh, shoot, I whacked her in the head.
Yeah.
Better start running up here to make it look like I didn't do that.
But a rally around this, rather than saying, all right, how do we make the apology? We don't want to rub our nose in it. We'll do it. It was a mistake. And actually talking about, I would never sue like they are. Oh, my God.
Yeah,
they need lawsuit after lawsuit.
You're physically hurt, but you're not thinking of my mental, right?
They're going off of one angle. A couple times hitting her, my baton got stuck behind her back like this, and it rolled up her.
Oh, I can't take her down.
Yeah.
And she's since been on Good Morning America with a different angle that makes it even worse. And
yeah,
You went on GMA?
Yeah.
Was it GMA? Was that where she was?
Oh,
I think so.
Any
And-
news program.
Yeah, and the parents are just as bad, not reining it in. I think the coaching staff have done this. It's so public. It's so graphic. And again, you don't want to see in a sporting event that you bring in DAs and lawsuits and all this. What do you do, though, when you have people like this? And who would show up at their rally? I thought race was going to be made an issue, but both of the young women are African Americans, so we can't go down that path. But this victimhood around this is truly classic. It's a YouTube classic, though. To see it, you just can't imagine someone's going to do whatever the provocation. If she had shoved her with it and she just maybe the baton hit her in the chest or something like because they were shoving coming down.
Yeah, if you're positioning
Right.
yourself,
Yeah, that can
that's
happen.
different. You know
Yeah,
what? It
exactly.
happens.
Yeah. But swinging it like this, All right, Bill in Palmyra's next on the side question here. Bill, what do you have today? Hi.
Hi, Dan. Good show as usual. My answer for the side question is the Mississippi River paddle boats, steam-driven paddle boats up and down the Mississippi River.
Well, Huckleberry Finn, the American novel still in my mind, the Mississippi paddle boats with that's big part of America. By the way, Kash Patel has been on a roll today. He's the one now going after the swatting, particularly of conservative. Dan, were you listening to that as it was going on? I didn't have a chance to hear today. Sean Farish, he was at home, as I understand. He was on the Kale and Company, and he's a comedian. I mean, he's not an agent provocateur out there. He's prominent, becoming more prominent because of Trump, with his wife and child, I believe.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not afraid to say it because I'm as pro-cop as anybody. What the hell are police doing with this stuff? It would seem to me that now, I know we're going to be accused. Well, then you'll blame them if they don't rush there. They can rush to the scene when they're getting this report. But doesn't it dawn on you a little bit that they know the particulars of what will trigger a SWAT team versus the ordinary police? And Pat Malloy, Abington, said, yeah, well, we call. And at least calling, you might get somebody during that period of time.
I do have audio of Sean if you want to hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Thank you.
But no, what happened was I was passed out. We've had a long couple of days, all good things. And she came in and said, hey, there's cops in the backyard with guns. And I sat straight up and I went, oh, we're being swatted. And she looked at me like, what? But why? And she's thinking J6, like someone's going to come in and rip us out of our home and all this type of stuff. And I said, yeah, we're being swatted. This is something that's happening to people, across the country. She's like, what does this mean? Or are you getting arrested or what's going to happen? I said, what most likely will happen is somebody's going to, let us know that they received the call that something bizarre happened inside the house. They're going to clear the house and it's going to be fine. And, she was like, but why? I said, someone called it in and it's been happening to people across the country. A friend of mine, Nick Sorter, happened to him. Gunther Eagleman, popular personality on X, it happened to him. Cat Turd, it just happened last night. After we got hit, he apparently got swatted again. That's the fourth time it's happened to him. But it was unnerving because, my wife turns around and she's like, they're pointing guns at the house. We could see it. There was an officer who kept peeking out behind our shed with a gun drawn towards the house. There were, cops and folks with high powered weapons pointing them at us, and at that point, the most unnerving thing at that point is it's out of your control. I mean, we could, we're staying as calm as possible, but the slightest thing that could, happen could spook somebody and it could be a terrible result. So, we're letting everybody know, we're letting our family know, we're letting our, closest friends know. And, I get a call from the sheriffs who are set up outside the house. They got into position, took them about, 10 minutes maybe to get into position. And then they make the phone call. They called me and they said, we have.
Thank you, Dan. Thanks for pulling that. Okay. So the sheriffs ultimately did call. again, might it be worthy to make the call as you're going there? You're still in transit toward it, right? That's what Malloy said. Might that not be the tripwire? And what are they saying in these calls? It's triggering the SWAT team response. But he's pretty calm there, Dan. I couldn't.
You know what they said to Sorter's dad, right? About Sorter's dad. He had the entire family. He was killing everybody and was going to kill himself.
Right. Okay. Now,
it's
police have to take this seriously, but are the police being made aware of the background of the people that are being targeted here? Does this happen so much? It's targeting conservative provocateurs.
Well, it's been going on for a decade at least with streamers, internet streamers.
Yeah.
But it recently only became strictly political, I feel. Well, not strictly
That's what I mean. It's very intensely political here. Don't they have a way of checking this just as a way of thinking maybe a different protocol then? Something's amiss here. I'm not on board.
The thing is the implications on the other side, though, is what if there is actually a situation here where there's a very violent, dangerous,
Well,
and time is at that point.
I said they should be rushing there, but whoever's in command should be calling the house. That's what Pat Malloy said, and I agree with him.
Yeah, and that seems what happened with Shawnee.
Yeah, so they get into position. Okay, so Dan, here's the compromise. They're in position, and then he calls out. I would call it before, and it gets straightened out. It's not as threatening, right?
Yeah.
Why, in the case of Sorter, are they kicking in both the front and back door?
Good question.
I'm not going to defend police stuff in this. They got to do better on this, even though it's difficult. They got to be aware that this is a thing now. The last 24 hours or 36 hours, there have been a number of these. And thank God no one has gotten seriously injured yet that I know of around this. But, it's difficult. All right, we got a lot of folks who want to get in on this. And again, we have the utmost respect for police response. I realize when they get this, the screening, though, has to be a little bit more, and a phone call should be made instantly in this as they're being dispatched to it. If that's what they're going to do, okay. And then a phone call maybe when they get there. Would that be too much time? Isn't that what you're supposed to do in this situation? Henry, you had something?
I feel like I do more screening for callers calling in trying to get a rise out of you than these people.
We could
if I was on the SWAT team, I'd be like, again,
right.
What are we doing here? I don't get called out of bed in the middle of the night for just anything.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to this residential neighborhood to what? Kick in this guy's door because some anonymous caller said, "Oh, he's doing this."
And it seems to be like the same wild stuff that seems preposterous here. Now, they have to because of legal and humanitarian.
I got a suggestion. Why don't we just offer a hell of a penalty for people that do this?
Well, first, we got to catch them. That's the first thing.
Yeah.
Nick Sorter said yesterday, Dan, if you remember, thank you for getting him on. I didn't see that the police said, well, you know how much it would cost to be tracking this? That's the last thing I want to hear. This has to be a thing. They're making it a thing. Drag them out of there. Make an example of one of them. And hopefully Patel's going to do that in the next 48 hours or so. To Henry's point, that's a great line. That's a column. Screener Henry said, I have more care with who I'm going to put on the air than it seems the police do with the SWAT team.
Yeah.
Because if you let this continue on, you know something bad's going to happen. Good for Sean, though. He seemed to be pretty calm with that. And his wife, most people are unaware of this. If you're in the business, but the family, what do they know? And with Sorter, they sent it to the father's house. Sorter's not even there with the sister.
And he said he wouldn't take nearly as much offense if it wasn't his family member.
And
he said, make me the victim is what he said.
Right. He had private security.
They just found the first address they found online. They said, that's it. Send it to Nick Sorter's house, even if it was the house he grew up in.
Yeah, these yellow pages.
That's right. Exactly. I mean, again, got to do better on this. Got to realize this is a thing. Got to realize that's what's happening in America. Got to go after and make an example. It's the only thing I can think of to curtail this. All right, lightning round is next here on Talk Radio 1210.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru. Hello. Let's talk about prices. At National Appliance Warehouse, we have billions in buying power that we leverage in order to pass dramatic savings to our customers. We're passionate about offering the lowest price, so we developed Price Assured to ensure we always are. Price Assured uses powerful technology to scan chain store prices online and make sure ours is lower. Because Price Assured is connected to electronic tags throughout the showroom, it's able to update them instantly if an adjustment is needed. Our customers enjoy great service that rivals that of a small independent. While shopping with confidence, they're seeing the lowest possible price.
Backed by popular demand, it's the Friends and Family Savings Event at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 33% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Never miss a moment from the Dom Giordano program again. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 1210 WPHT. And listen whenever and whatever works best for you.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, Dom Giordano Show. We'll come to you. Newman Price, Dan, what did he say about this whole swatting?
He said along with investigating the swatting cash, there should probably be cash needs to investigate people sending out bogus labor law poster demand letters.
Oh, boy, I'd love to have the FBI investigating that. Knocking on the door in Camp Hill. What the hell's going on in there? Stop bothering. Wow, here's attorney Tom of Rosemont.
Oh, an attorney.
Yeah, attorney Tom. Did you hear my problem today?
I did, Dom, and I think that you clearly need to spend a lot of money on lawyers to get to the fact that you're not going to do anything. But, get the opinion first.
All right, so are you on the clock right now or not?
What whatever goes on in my timesheet is not being billed to WPHT.
Okay.
So let me just say, my answer to the side question is based on the fact that I have no useful job skills.
Okay.
And it's very near and dear to paying my mortgage. The most American thing of all is filing lawsuits.
Oh, no, come on.
That's a pretty outside-the-box answer. Pretty simple.
Nobody files lawsuits more than we do, whether they have merit or not. It's as American as apple pie.
And I know
we sued apple pie.
if anybody called in and said soccer's the most American thing, you would mount a team of lawyers to sue them.
Dom, I broke my leg 3 weeks ago and had surgery, and I would take 2 or 3 days in my walker to get down to your studio to make that point.
And you'll be billed for the entire trip as well.
Henry, your reaction to that call, Dan's on the negative. I'm kind of liking it.
Just look at the last segment. We talked about the lawsuit in the Virginia track runner, and then we're talking about what can be done about the swatting. How about we prosecute them?
All right, Earl and Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
Mine, you keep saying it's American is baseball, hot dogs, and apple pie. Well, baseball is based on cricket. Hot dogs are from Frankfurt, Germany, and apple pie came from the British, the Dutch, and the Swedes. So I'm going to go with the only quintessential American sport, and that would be basketball. It's written about in 1591 by German missionaries that Native Americans were throwing balls into hoops, and then 300 years later, in 1891, James Nesmith got a peach basket and a soccer ball and invented the sport that we know today.
But the Sixers are not playing said game. Ben Simmons didn't get the memo from James Nesmith about peach baskets. All right, because of time here, we're really crunched here. Let me give Robert, I think he's got a good one. Robert, what's yours?
James Naismith was actually born in Canada. Elon Musk is definitely not a nerd because he has 13 kids. Nerds are usually not that prolific.
Oh, we got to do the nerd thing on Monday.
No, he's definitely a nerd.
He's a nerd.
Geek. And my answer to the side question is July 4th. I like that holiday because you don't have to buy a card. You don't have to buy a gift. All you got to do is barbecue, drink beer, and blow things up. And what's more American than that?
Man.
You guys have a great weekend.
These guys save it up for the end. All right, Henry, that was very good, too.
Yeah.
Well, what do you say?
I love Gary Newtown's answer, double entendre of the Star-Spangled Banner, twofold there. I also liked Tom and Rosemont's answer of lawsuits.
Yeah. All right, Dan, what do you say?
I didn't like the answer, but I think it's a great one, that being lawsuits from Tom and Rosemont.
I thought it was outside the box. Let's go with Tom and Rosemont. Put his name into the hat. Let's get that $50 gift card going.
Yeah, Dom. So let's go through these winners of the week. Monday, we asked that movie, book, TV show where the city is almost a character. Joe in Collingswood said the Overlook Hotel in The Shining.
Ooh. Yes, that was a great one.
Tuesday, we did something associated with California. Phil in Delaware, right off the rip. The 4 seasons of California, with the 4 seasons being smog, fires, earthquakes, and pot.
Yeah.
Wednesday, we did that. Who's got that distinctive facial feature? Lance in South Philly with Frida Kahlo. And that unibrow she's got, or she had. Yesterday, we did that all-time Irish person. Dave in Oakland gave the fantastic answer of Maureen O'Hara. Why, Dan?
Because she's hot.
Because she's
That's
hot.
what he said.
She's hot. And then you just heard it right there. What's more American than apple pie? Tom and Rosemont with lawsuits. So if we put those all into the hat and get a little drum roll going, Dan. Looks like it's number 1, Monday's winner, Joe in Collingswood. You are this week's winner.
That was a great answer. Good to see that. That's a $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia, right on the boulevard. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Say hello to Bob Harvey, being inducted into the Crusaders, Father Judge Hall of Fame. Great stuff this week. Thanks to everybody for being part of it. Side question on Monday. Unless something unbelievable happened. St. Patrick's Day. Patrick's, patties, all that type of stuff, whatever the language is, that's what we'll be looking for. Have yours ready to go. And I will see on Monday, will I have any more mail like today's great haul of $108 for that poster. All right, Richie always next. Have a great weekend. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Something amazing is happening here. Scientists are